Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third round of this chess Olympiad. The games are supposed to be starting right now, but I am told that is bus chaos in Budapest, Hungary, which is where this tournament is taking place, the chess Olympiad. It's basically a world nations team tournament, and one of the nations with 2 wins in 2 matches, that's Sweden, and they're facing another country with that same score, France. And France are quite strong, it must be said. We're gonna get some tough matches today. Anna with the white pieces again, so she gets white 2 games in a row. That's pretty good. But it puts, in some ways, more pressure on her because she needs to put up a result. Basically, in team tournaments, the only thing that will ever get you kicked off the team is losing with the white pieces. Like, losing with white is completely unacceptable in a team event. So that's going to be a tough task here for Anna. Having the white pieces, sure, but she's facing an opponent who's almost 300 points higher rated than herself, a women's grandmaster who emigrated to France from Iran, and is part of the reason why France is a big favorite for this matchup. Let's take a look. Okay,
Sterling Driggs gifted a tier 1.
Also, now you guys can hear the alert box, but I cannot.
Gift subs in
that is a curious development. I thought maybe the sound on the alert box was wrong because I couldn't hear anything, but what we've done is we've switched from me hearing it to only you hearing it. We're having TTS as well. Okay, I need to lower the volume a little bit, especially since if I'm not hearing it on my audio, I'm gonna be talking over it by accident. Pia is playing against Diamante. Yes. So on Pia's board here, she's playing International Master Diamante Dailita Cornet. And well, she married a Frenchman and moved from Lithuania to France. Otherwise, she would have been one of the best players in the Lithuanian team. Instead, she is the challenge that Pia is facing today. Pia, the only board where Sweden is higher rated than the French women. She's higher rated by 50 points, and she has the white pieces. If Sweden is gonna have success in this match, it's gonna be because Pia manages to win her game. She is absolutely crucial for the success here. Who won against New Zealand? Pia and Anna won their games. The Crumling family secured the victory with Ina Agest and Lavinia. They played with the black pieces and made draws. So 2 white wins, 2 black draws, and the Crumlings with the white pieces took it home. Pia is the Magnus of the Swedish women's team? Yeah, pretty much. The Swedish team is good, but part of the reason why they're so highly ranked is because Pia just drags that average up quite significantly. Did you see that Anna went for the win because of what you said about her being better at endgames than lower rated players? I think normally what we say is that you're better at endgames against younger players, which is it's kind of a myth, but it's a myth a lot of people subscribe to. So it's people think that your endgame knowledge is completely correlated with your age, which is not true at all. But it gives people confidence. Like whenever they play against a kid, everyone's like, yeah, no, just take the kid into the end game. But that it must be said that for the game we had yesterday, the reason Anna won is because she played the end game really, really well. So no need to fear that for the future. Are you prepping Anna? No. I assume Pia and Juan are helping her though. Magnus finally playing today? Yeah. He's coming in to help Norway beat Colombia in the open section. So experience is what matters in the end game. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that people think experience and age has something to do with it, and it's not that much of a case as people make it out to be. I said the exact opposite of what you concluded based on my comments. Okay, yesterday we had an 8-minute delay on the round. The day before yesterday, we had a 23-minute delay. But the reports from Budapest, and I have good sources, they say that there were not enough buses, and so people tried to get on board the bus to get to the venue, but then the drivers refused to go when there were people standing around in the aisle instead of having seats, which I think is fair enough because that's a traffic violation. But the problem was people didn't want to get off the bus because then they felt like, well, then we're not going to get to the venue. So the buses remain problematic in Budapest. Always with the public transport. Well, this is not public transport, right? I mean, it's the organizer who has hired the buses. Just, not enough of them. That being said, I do feel like a lot of teams, because we had this discussion on day one, right? And I literally said, I recommend you take the metro. I mean, damn, I even recommended walking. Anna said it was a 40-minute walk from the hotel to the venue. For Nordic people, that's like, yeah, that's nothing. But I guess Anna has she did grow up in Spain, so maybe she doesn't have all the Nordic culture in her. Again with the Sweden roast? No, I'm roasting Spain. Come on. A proper Swede would not say no to a 40-minute walk. Are you a coffee guy or a tea guy? Tea all the way, Abhi. I even have a tea emote. Let me see if I can find it. It's a 60-minute walk for a Spaniard because they need a siesta halfway. Yeah, I forgot to take that into consideration. My bad. Okay, here we go. 10-minute delay today. That's not too bad. Could have been worse. Pawn to d4 from Anna. Not a huge surprise. She plays the same openings over and over. Knight to f3 as expected. Pawn to c4. Same opening as yesterday. But Mitra does not go for the King's Indian as we saw Isabel play yesterday. Instead, pawn to e6 sees her wanting to develop the bishop more towards this b4 square, pointing down towards the white king. Anna quickly goes knight to c3, inviting the Nimso Indian. And Nimso Indian accepted. Bishop to b4 puts pressure down towards the white king. Anna very quickly moves her queen up to protect the knight. There are some concerns that if a trade between the bishop and the knight were to happen, white would be left with immobile pawns, one pawn blocking the other, doubled pawns. In particular, this is a major weakening of the c4 square, where black often tries to target that one later on, because now there are no more pawns that can position themselves to gain control of that square. And all of this is a very long-winded way of saying this is why Anna plays queen to c2, because she wants to protect the knight with the queen so that she avoids the weakening of her pawn formation. Pawn to d5 played quite quickly in response, and as a matter of fact, just a little bit of self-promo here. This is what's recommended in the very famous Chessable course on the Nimso Indian by none other than Mr. Jon Ludwig Hammer himself. But these days, most people go castles here. But pawn to d5, this was all the rage when I was a kid. Like 2005, 2006. Everyone was doing this. Anna now has two choices. Either she goes pawn to a3 and immediately puts pressure on the bishop. That's the most sensible thing to do. But you can also go for the trade in the middle, which creates a lot more of a tricky battle, where black often gets to develop their bishop earlier than normal. And yeah, it's just a very interesting fight. Anna chooses the calmer, more cautious of the approaches when she attacks the bishop immediately. Now, the bishop can go back, but then you moved your bishop twice without really accomplishing that much in return. So the consistent approach is to make the trade with the bishop for the knight, even though it doesn't damage white's pawn structure. But now white has been forced into moving the queen twice already in this opening. And frankly, there are some variations here where the queen has to move a third time, sometimes even a fourth time. Because in this position, black has the very interesting move c5. A pawn sacrifice, giving away this pawn, but then advancing in the center, putting pressure on the queen. And as the queen moves, black just ignores possible threats against the pawn to just get their pieces out as quickly as possible. And here, capturing the pawn is considered rather dangerous for white. The only developed piece is the queen. Black has good control with the pawns in the center of the board. The knights are involved as well. The rook has an open file. But at the same time, black is down 2 pawns in this situation. So this is one of the most interesting ways of playing. In the Hammer Nimso course, I recommend knight to e4 here. attacking the queen and then going for a similar pawn sacrifice. But this is kind of drawish. And Mitra, she chooses to castle. So now we're actually back into what Anna knows the best, I would say. Because the popular thing to do here is to castle, and then pawn attacks bishop, takes, and then pawn to d5. And this is the same situation as the one we have on the board right here. So Mitra just changed the order in which she executed her plan. Anna now plays pretty quickly, pawn to e3. This is interesting. This seems like a very sensible move to me, but this is not the most common way of playing here. Normally you go knight forward, but the problem with this knight move is that it allows for black to make a trade between the pawns, which in turn forces the queen to move a fourth time. And speaking of fourth time, what about a fifth time? No, wait, third time? I may have lost count on the number of times the white queen moved, but let's just say it's been a journey for the queen. And while you're busy moving your queen around, you haven't gotten any of the kingside pieces into the game. So this is the way they play at the top level these days. And to me, like, computers may think white has a little bit of something here, but it does seem very strange to be moving around with the queen so much. So I kind of like Anna's approach here with pawn to e3. Because now if there's a trade, instead of moving the queen yet again, we can just move the bishop out to do the recapture. And in fact, it's starting to dawn on me that I believe this same variation is what Anna played as white against Jules in Los Angeles. I think that was the first round in LA. And it was definitely this variation. Very, very similar. And it was a game Anna executed very, very nicely. Very good positional play. And I think pawn to b6 is what Jules did as well. There was an early trade between the bishops on this diagonal. But I can't remember precisely how it happened. I think maybe Anna went knight here, and then there was a trade. And then the bishop out to trade again. And I said I kind of liked this approach from Jules, but the computer did not like it. And after the trade and this very important move, pawn to b4, Anna got a very nice advantage out of the opening, despite having poor control of the light squares. In some ways, playing like this feels wrong because you've placed all your pawns on dark squares while you only have a dark squared bishop remaining. But it's actually a clever way. Because, well, basically right now your pawns are on the dark squares, but you're hoping to push them further forward, and then they will control the light squares that you need. I am surprised though that Anna is thinking right here, because having had experience in this opening very recently, it feels like she should know what she's doing. Hammer, do you think Anna can win against such an opponent? I mean, she's won against 2300s before, right? In Portugal, in the first round, she almost beat a grandmaster. So obviously she's capable. But, you know, you gotta play a pretty flawless game yourself. And then chess works in that In order to win a game, you gotta have some mistakes from your opponent. It's the only way to win chess games. Okay, she does go knight to f3. Maybe she's scared of prep. Yes, that's a very good point, Jenny. Precisely because she has played this recently, she might be afraid that her opponent has something prepared based on that game. And then it becomes a discussion of whether you have faith in your own openings. And frankly, when the only point of doing what Anna does, playing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, she never varies her openings. But if you're going to play in that style, you need to have a lot of confidence in what you're playing. So her playing the same thing over and over is a mistake if she cannot deal with the uncertainty of her opponent having prepared her lines. Because when you play the same thing over and over, what's going to happen? Well, your opponent is going to know what you play. But that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing as long as your openings are good and you know the plans behind it and stuff like that. That's not enough overs to do it justice. Let's just say I did preparation for Botes against Anna for LA. And yeah, she really sticks to her guns. Is Australia any good at chess in the Olympiad? Norway lost against Australia last time. Because I lost on time in an equal position. After having been much, much better with black out of the opening. It's Bobby Cheng. Damn, Bobby. Doesn't really answer the question. I mean, if you beat Norway in chess, you're pretty good. It does answer the question. Beating Norway in chess is like beating Fiji in rugby. Bobby lost the first round this time to a lower rated player. I noticed that, Tagbon. I had a celebration in my mind. I hold a grudge for a very long time. Don't worry about it. Beating Norway in rugby is like beating Fiji in chess. Works both ways. Anna is up on time. Yeah, that's great news. And it does seem to suggest that Mitra is not familiar with the game Anna played against Jules. If I'm entirely honest, I don't even know if the Botes chess camp was covered by the chess databases. So that game might not actually be available to, well, those who didn't follow the games in real time. Okay, let's check in with Pia. Kind of similar placements of some of the pieces. Pia's game had a similar opening to Anna's. Pawn to d4, knight to f6. So far, so good. Two pawns working together, controlling the center, and pawn to e6. So far, identical opening to what Anna played. But here, Anna went for knight to c3, inviting the Nimso Indian. Whereas Pia, she used the other knight first. The advantage of this is that now the bishop coming in to attack the king can be easily dealt with by moving the bishop out to just trade off. And then you can the advantage of this is that you can still get your knight in here, which is a really important placement to control squares in the center of the board. So that's the good news about this move. The disadvantage of playing the knight here is that you lose out on some of the ideas where you push your pawns up through the center of the board. Diamante, she went pawn to d5, and after knight to c3, this is just a classic queen's gambit declined. Knight to d7 is a bit of an unusual move here. But this is actually quite a famous position because there are so many viable moves for black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least 6 completely fine moves here for black that top grandmasters have played in the last couple of years. So there's just a lot. Oh, never mind. You can also take this pawn. 7. Oh, and you can go 2 steps with this guy. So 8. So much choice. So many different directions this game can go. But knight to d7 was played. And Pia now goes for the trade between the pawns in the center. And normally you don't want to make this trade between the pawns, but the reason Pia is choosing this moment to do so is because the main disadvantage of using the early pawn trade is that you allow the black light squared bishop to get into the game because there's no longer a pawn in the way blocking its path. However, there is now a knight standing in the path of the bishop instead. And that's why this is a pretty decent timing for that trade. Pia goes bishop to g5, pointing down in towards the black queen. And after bishop to b4, pointing towards the white king, Pia goes queen a4. I'm not familiar with this variation. The queen is pointing down towards the black king and attacking the bishop at the same time. If black tries to reinforce the bishop, Pia can then just attack it and try and force the trade, after which she will have the advantage of the 2 bishops in this situation. Very, very interesting play and a very uncommon start here in the opening. Knight to d7 is rather uncommon, and then queen to a4 is uncommon as well, which means we've been taken into interesting territory very early on. The c pawns look like they might be weak later on. Yeah, no, I mean this one wouldn't be. It would need some protection, but at the same time, it's helping reinforce in towards the center of the board. So I kind of like this position for Pia. In fact, looking at what the computer is recommending, I think this is very, very good for white. Computers saying it's completely equal, and I don't think that's properly the case based on the moves that are being suggested. I would just go pawn to e3 and bishop to e2 and castle. Basically, the priority for Pia in a situation like this would be to get her king to safety ASAP. That is a big rush. So you think black is better? No, I like this for white. Computers recommending pawn to c5, but that seems kind of dodgy to me because then white can just capture that pawn and black is left with a so-called IQP, isolated queen's pawn, in the middle. And this is a classic feature of many chess positions, with the pawn unable to be defended by other pawns, thereby needing its knight and its queen to defend it. But that means the queen and knight gets defensive tasks instead of helping for a potential attack. So far, I'm fond of what Pia is doing. And another thing I'm fond of is that Anna's opponent is taking some time to think here, despite Anna having played the same opening just a couple of weeks ago. And if Anna spent some time on her previous move, she spent 3 minutes, even though she played it recently. And the reason for that surely must be that she was scared that her opponent had seen her previous game and prepared something against it. But with Black having thought for already more than 10 minutes here, Anna is not going to be scared of her opponent's preparation anymore. It's clear to her that her opponent is not familiar with this position, and it's quite a nice one for white. So yeah, I'm fond of the developments in both the white games so far. And that leaves this overview picture to see how the other girls are doing. And look at this. On board 4, we already have a question mark move from the French team. Can Margot exploit her opponent's inaccuracy, unfamiliarity with the Najdorf opening to seize the initiative there? That would be amazing. And in Ina's game, her opponent is choosing some very passive, not moving any bishops into Black's half of the board kind of deal. And it looks very acceptable for Black. That I'm talking about board 2, Ina against Pauline on the upper right. Right now, I'm liking, this has been a good start of the match for Sweden. I'm actually going to go into Margot's board and try and illustrate what's going on here. I think this pawn to g4 move is considered a mistake because of a sacrifice. I think Margot is supposed to sacrifice her knight here. Pawn to d5. It looks like this is an impossible pawn break to make in the center because your opponent can attack the knight that's defending. But here you can just push forward, allow your own knight to be captured, and then just calmly recapture it because you know that you have this pawn attacking both the bishop and the knight afterwards. If Margot knows about this opening trap, look at what the computer is saying. Computer is saying big advantage for Black already in the opening. Huge moment in Margot's game. If she plays... Oh, I gotta go back to the current situation. So if Margot goes for this pawn push in the center, she's going to have the advantage with the black pieces against an opponent rated many hundred points above herself. Huge moment. What is Margot's rating? I think it's about 2050. And her opponent is like 2300. Let me double check that. Sweden. Board pairings. Margot is playing Natasha Benmeshba. Wow, I've been out of chess for way too long. I don't know who this is. She's 2250, but clearly she is not super familiar with the Najdorf opening. Margot is actually not 2050, she's 2009. So she's outrated by 249 points, but she can get a big advantage here if she finds the right move. (2009) was the chess rating, not the birth year. I need an extra set of glasses. Yeah, no, it's tricky having 4 boards at the same time. I wasn't completely sure how to do it, but I think what we did was reasonable. How many points does Anna win if she wins her game? So Anna is lower rated by 250 points. So she should be expected to score about 20%. So if she wins, she gets 0.8 times 20, which is 16 points. 16 points, approximately. That's me just doing guesswork in my head. But, you know, I'm a pretty good guesser. Educated guess is what the pros call it. Okay, someone's done the actual math. 16.4 is being announced in chat. Okay, we got some moves. So Mitra plays bishop to a6. One of the key plans here for black is trying to trade off these two light squared bishops. The reason is that black gave away the bishop pair. So white now has the 2 bishops, but the bishop is more valuable when it's working together with another bishop. So 2 bishops against a bishop and a knight is a lot better than a bishop versus a knight. Because you need to have 2 bishops to control both the light squares and the dark squares on the board. That's why having them work together is more valuable. And in Los Angeles, Jules captured the pawn on c4 and then followed up trying to get the bishop trade, which was a sensible strategic plan. However, Mitra, she goes bishop a6 first. But same kind of plan. She wants to make the trade with white's bishop. And now after pawn to b4, which Anna played in less than 2 minutes, it is now very likely that this position will become the same as the position Anna had against, well, maybe not the same, but very similar. Because Mitra is going to make this trade between the pawns now. That is the only logical follow-up of her idea to have this bishop pointing in towards the pawn. So Anna is going to be in a position where the computer believes she's better, where she has experience from recently, and in that recent experience, she won the game in good style. So things are looking quite bright for Anna right now. I kind of want to go back to the overview. Oh no. Margot didn't know about the knight sacrifice. Although the move she played is decent as well. But that would have been such a huge opportunity to punish their higher rated opponents for not really having done their homework as far as the Najdorf Sicilian opening goes. Can you show us the knight sack? I did earlier. You're gonna have to rewind, because making moves on these overview boards is a bit trickier than on the Pia and Anna thing. Could be worse. A miss isn't as bad as a blunder. Yeah, no, Margot's position is completely fine. It's just that she had an opportunity to gain a quite a sizable advantage. But she's still fine. Yes, vlog. Thank you for reminding me. For those of you interested in Anna's own feelings about the venue and her games in Budapest, do check out the YouTube channel. The vlog for Game 2 is up. Or you could just spend your time making fun of my wanting not to say vlog, because that the V and L is just not a logical thing in the English language, in my opinion. Is there drama? No, I don't know. I looked through it. It didn't seem very drama-esque. If you're looking for drama, I think you're on the wrong chess channel, if I'm honest. Opponent's very slow. Well, it helps that Anna is... So this is one of those situations where playing the same opening over and over is actually very beneficial. The reason Anna is getting a big time advantage now is not because she's super fast. It's because her opponent is unfamiliar with the plans and trying to, get her bearings. While Anna, having played the same thing over and over and having played something similar to this very recently in a game that was potentially not published in the database, which is also important, she's then able to implement her plans without thinking too much, because she knows what she's doing. Who do you recommend as the best drama chess channel? I mean, you can make a guess, but I think in chess, the best ones on drama is actually the boys, and the Americans are better than the rest. Are all rated games published in the database? Normally, yes, Jenny. Normally, all games rated in the World Chess Federation rating is publicized by getting on the databases. But the Botes Chess Camp was maybe a bit not that eager to seek publicity outside of the streaming channels. I don't know. They were kind of amateur chess organizers, and they may not necessarily know what you need to do to get your games on the databases. And frankly, knowing Alexandra, she really enjoys when people cannot find games she's played. So maybe they even did it on purpose, not to put it in the database, which is very sneaky, but completely allowed. Like, no one's forcing an organizer to publish all the games. It's just, a cool thing to do for prosperity. But for the chess camp, there's like 15 videos for prosperity. said 15, more like 1500. So are these moves sent to chess.com automatically, or does someone need to push a button? Someone needs to input the server that these moves are being relayed to. And then the people who compile chess databases, they will then go on that same chess move server to add all the chess Olympiad games into the database. So it's definitely not super automated, but it's a lot better than back in the day when you had to manually type the moves on a typing machine before they even had computers to put it into books. And then you had to bring like 15 huge books, not containing like strategy advice or anything like that. The books just contained games played by top players in the world. The books were called informators. I think it was a Serbian company or something. And let's just say that they kind of struggled a little as the internet became a bigger thing. But I think they're still around. And they're still doing some chess books and stuff like that. But they're not as popular as they were in the 80s. Croatian. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, pawn to c5. Very interesting move. Played after only thinking for 7 minutes. Which is like, this is a very critical moment for the game. The most obvious move for Anna, I would say, is pushing the pawn further forward to attack the bishop. But the computer kind of hates that. The bishop can then return and start pointing down here. And if we just try and get our bishop out and castle. For some reason, the computer is saying this situation is favorable for black. It's not very obvious to me that that is the case. But at the same time, we do tend to respect the computer's opinion. Okay, this is not great, because this is not obviously good for black, but computer says it is. And that's typical of when you make mistakes. What Anna needs to do is capture with her D pawn against the black pawn and then push pawn to b5. The difference here is that now she's opened up this diagonal for her queen and bishop to point down towards the black king. And if she now concentrates on getting her king to safety, the big difference compared to the line we were analyzing earlier is that because black has recaptured already with a pawn on the c5 square, that means this pawn is standing in the way of the knight and the rook. Because this isn't that different to the position we looked at earlier, right? It's this situation versus this. But here computer says white is almost winning, whereas here it says black is significantly better. The only difference is the inclusion of these two pawns, which is a result of them capturing on c5. Very interesting how the computer can have such a different opinion about these two things. But it has to do with the rook pointing down towards the queen and that being completely insignificant when there's a pawn standing in the rook's path. Because if we go to this situation, if we now try to capture on c5, pawn takes back, and we're in the situation we looked at, where white is much better. But the pawn isn't going to recapture. Instead, the knight is going to come forward, make that trade. Now the knight can move away, which means the pressure from the rook on the queen is much more real. And not only is there pressure on the queen, there's also pressure on this white pawn standing in front of the queen. And if we try and trade that one off, the queen comes in. And black is very well centralized, and also this knight can jump forward, attack the rook. The rook attacks the queen, and it's just trouble in paradise. So very big moment for the game right now. In fact, computer says any other move, then d4 pawn, central pawn, captures on c5, and black has the advantage. If you use the other pawn, then the problem is you're no longer in a position to chase this black bishop back, which means the bishop will point in towards the white king. And not only that, if you just keep making these captures, the knight can jump in, attack the queen, and when the queen moves, there's opportunities for black to really start pushing their pieces in towards the white king. Okay, computer didn't like that. But even this is... Because the thing is, anytime there's a trade between these bishops on the f1 square, white is going to lose the right to castle. Either you take with a rook or with a king, but in both cases, one of those pieces will have moved, which means you're not allowed to castle anymore. And you can't do like king moves 2 over and then rook captures bishop. Although if that was allowed, this position would be great for white. Hard to see that she should capture away from the center. No. It's not that difficult because it is the standard plan in this situation. In fact, it is the same plan that Anna utilized against Jules at the chess camp. So you make a very good point that normally you're advised not to take your central pawn and move away from the middle. But that is actually a classic theme for this opening. And this is an opening Anna knows really well because she only plays the same things over and over. So here, I think she's going to benefit from her familiarity with the opening and find the right plan as a result of that. Because this plan of D pawn captures and then advancing the B pawn, this is the same plan she played against Jules. Maybe I should try and find that game against Jules, because there's so many things that this situation has in common. Kramling-Schulman? Yeah, I don't think that game has been... does anyone have like a chess.com link? They definitely were on chess.com, those games, right? Oh, and don't publish the link, because the bots are kind of mean on this channel. I got a taste of their wrath earlier today when I was telling chat that Anna was actually the main story on the Norwegian state broadcasters news website earlier today. And I tried posting the link in chat, and yeah, I got timed out. Chess.com links are allowed? Oh, okay. Thank you, Omega. Let's go. So we have that game. Anna played against Jules. And it was the same opening. So here, in this position, Mitra played bishop to a6, Jules played pawn takes pawn. And after the Anna recaptured, then bishop to a6. Anna traded the bishops and then went pawn to b4, which is similar to what she did in the game, right? This is the game today. This is the game she played in Los Angeles. Pretty similar. Jules played queen to d5. Anna castled. And here, after pawn to c5, played by Jules, look at the plan that Anna executed. Pawn takes on c5, but the pawn that was in the middle of the board, that was actually beneficial because when you get rid of the pawn in the middle, it means that you can point your queen and bishop down towards the black king. And then after the recapture from Jules, black has two pawns that are not defending each other. So Anna didn't want to trade these pawns. Instead, she pushed forward so that she still had pawns that defended each other. And after knight to c7, pawn to a4, white had the advantage because the bishop could be good on this diagonal, and white's pawns were working together, defending each other, while the black pawns were what we call split up. So that's why I'm pretty optimistic about Anna finding the right plan, because she executed that exact same plan against Jules in the chess camp. And chess camp, what was that? That was the end of June? It's not that long ago. End of July even. Oh. Depends on how much goldfish memory she's suffering from. Well, there's that. I don't know. Okay, let's check in with Pia. Pia has somewhat weirdly. So we looked at this with the queen pointing towards the king, bishop towards king, and bishop towards queen. It was a game of pins right here. Diamante played pawn to c5, which both protects the bishop and puts pressure in towards the center. Pia took this one. We talked about that because then black has a pawn in the middle that's not protected by other pawns and that can be attacked. There was a trade, bishop for knight, after which black castled. The idea for black is to capture the pawn on on c5 next. And here is what I don't understand. Pia, instead of trying to protect this pawn, chose to just try and develop her pieces. Okay, I feel like she could have tried to protect the pawn here and then developed her pieces. I don't see the problem of trying, because you're probably going to have to move the queen anyway, right? Pia did play pawn to e3, but then her opponent managed to get back the pawn that was missing in addition to attacking the queen. And since the queen is under attack, the queen had to move anyway. So I feel like Pia could have moved the queen first, and that would have been a slightly better version of this. Though, to be fair, in the long term, there's no doubt that this white pawn is going to be lost, because white has really no way of reinforcing the pawn's defense. So she was going to lose that pawn eventually, but then it becomes a question of whether you can create some temporary trouble for your opponent so that you make it a bit more difficult to recapture the pawn, and maybe they have to waste some moves playing a plan that they wouldn't otherwise have needed to waste time on. In any case, this is the current position in the game. Pia has not yet castled, and the computer believes the position to be equal. Let's take a look at the overview. Yeah, we got... Ooh, actually, Margot is in some trouble here. She had the opportunity to take advantage of her opponent's unfamiliarity with the opening. And then I really thought she was going to give a check on her opponent's king earlier. But she didn't go for the check. I thought that was her plan of moving the knight back. Computer is hating the position on board 4, but it is one of those situations where white castles to the right side, queen side. Black is going to castle to the left. And when you have kings going to opposite sides of the board like that, it does often lead to situations where even if the computer doesn't like your position, there's going to be so many tricky opportunities during the game that you might... your opponent might miss one of your plans, and then you go from being in trouble to being winning. Still all to play for on that board. My friend who played against Pia yesterday wanted me to tell you that I did see bishop h6. Was a calculation error. I was worried about bishop takes c5. Sorry for derailing. I mean, I assumed that when you were coming in, you were going to have something constructive to say. I wouldn't have read out your message if I had read the whole of it before it was a wall of text. She can come in and she can send me a message and tell me what an asshole I am. But don't come on stream and do that. What's wrong with the last board? I don't know. Computer doesn't like the position. We're all, servants of the computer these days. I will say that on the fourth board, Natasha has developed her pieces pretty well, while Margot has been moving the same piece around 3 times. Well, to be fair, the white knight has done that as well. Yeah, honestly, I don't fully understand why Margot's position is supposed to be that bad. I feel like she has decent opportunities to attack the white king. I'm not super concerned at this stage. Extended pawns on the king side? Yeah, but white pushing pawns on one side of the board can be a weakness in the long term as well. The knight on d5 looks strong. Yeah, but I thought this was a mistake. Actually, okay, I'm gonna actually go into Margot's game again and show you some moves. Because I thought about this knight to d5 move and I thought it was a big mistake. Because now Margot is going to take this one, and then if pawn recaptures, then the knight moves up, attacks the queen, and attacks the bishop. Oh no, it's just me being a complete idiot. My bad. So I was thinking here, after this trade, we're attacking the knight and the knight has to retreat. But then, you know, with a knight on this square, you're not going to be very happy with your situation. But the problem is I hadn't realized that, well, when you move the knight forward, you also opened up for the queen towards the a5 square. So after the recapture, knight to a5, the knight is in a good position. It also attacks the black pawn that has been kind of separated from the rest of its army. And yeah, this is highly problematic for Margot. Yeah, no, actually, this knight to d5 move is really, really good. That was probably the reason the computer was so optimistic on France's behalf. We're still waiting on a decision in Anna's game. And she was up on time, and it was a great time as long as it lasted. But it is no more. She has spent so far, I think, more than 25 minutes on this move, 22 minutes thereabout. And well, to be fair, number one, we did talk to Anna yesterday about spending time in the right situations. And in a way, this is the correct moment to spend time, because there's only one move that makes sure that black is not better. Like, if Anna does anything other than d4 pawn captures the black pawn, then this is going to be a bit of a problem. Anna is suffering from, right now, with all this pawn tension in the center. If all the pawn trades start happening, it's going to be a big issue that the white king has not castled, and that the king is going to be unsafe in the center of the board. So it is very important to get this move right. So spending 10 minutes is very justified. 15, okay. Spending 25, not so much, especially when, good news, but the thing is, we were expecting this, because she already demonstrated in the game against Jules that she knows this plan and how to deal with the black pawn advance with the pawn to c5. So she gets the decision right. We knew she was going to get the decision right because she had proved so against Jules previously. But she spends 25 minutes on it. So everything is good, except the amount of time spent. It was an important moment. It was the right moment to spend a bit of extra time to get the decision right. But like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, not 25. Do you think Anna forgot? No. I think she knew very early on that this is what she was going to do. I think if we ask her after the game, what was your first instinct in this position? She's going to say, my first instinct was to capture this pawn and then chase the bishop back. I genuinely believe that's her instinct. Because that's what she did previously. And then it just becomes a question of, yeah, in some ways it's a question of confidence. You gotta trust your own instincts. You gotta trust your own abilities. And that if you want to do something, it's probably the right thing to do. I still think Anna has a good position. I kind of like her chances to win this game. Because I think it's a position that suits her style. And it's an opening that she's reasonably well familiar with. And up until the previous move, she had played it confidently and quickly. Bishop b4 followed by rushing the g-pawn. I don't see that happening because now after the recapture, which is 100% going to be played, once again there's tension between a lot of pawns. With Anna still having her king in the center of the board, she needs to get castled without all of these trades happening. So she needs to avoid the trades. Normally, you're happy to make pawn trades when you have the two bishops, because the fewer pawns, the better the bishops become on open boards, more diagonals to be good on. But here, the safety of the king takes priority over opening up for the bishops. So here, Anna needs to play the move b5, avoiding this trade, also putting the pressure on black's bishop, forcing the bishop back. But when the bishop is forced back, any kind of plan involving rushing our pawns up towards the black king is now going to be a bad idea. Because now black can then open up for their bishop to attack down towards our knight and the rook behind it. So any plan based on this pawn advance is just not going to be it. In fact, the priority here needs to be that the white king gets into safety ASAP. Because we already had one pawn trade, there's going to be another. The king cannot remain in the middle for too much longer. And so here I like the move bishop to e2 and then castle the king. Just get that king to safety and then you can start planning other things. Okay, let's check in with Pia. So since we were here last, Pia had a pressure towards the knight. The knight moved and attacked the bishop. Wow, and Pia doesn't move the bishop. I am quite surprised by that from Pia, but so the thing about this bishop moves on the dark squares, and black doesn't have a bishop that moves on the dark squares. So in a way, this bishop is the most valuable piece on the board because it can attack the dark squares while black cannot really defend them. However, at this point, Pia is somewhat concerned about the fact that she hasn't castled. And preserving her bishop by moving the bishop away would take even more time away from what has now become her main objective, which is to get the king in safety. And there's also some concerns that black may try and target the pawn on c3. That being said, I kind of like something like this, and then trying to go pawn here to limit the options for the knights. And even if black were to win a pawn here, I kind of like this position for white because we have that incredibly strong dark squared bishop, and we're making sure that the black knights cannot utilize the e4 square. Okay, the point of Pia giving up this bishop is that she simply wants to avoid the pressure against the c3 pawn, and she wants to get her king to safety. But from a kind of from a instinct point of view, I would be it would need to be something extraordinary for me to give up such a bishop. That being said, I also think the computer is misevaluating the position. Because right now, computer believes that if black captures the bishop, black is slightly better. And that is just complete nonsense. Because look at this square on d4. There are no black pawns that can control this square. That means in time, Pia will make her way back to that square with her knight, and the knight is going to be incredibly placed. There's also the pawn in the center of the board, a pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns. So it feels like a bit of an issue long term for black. Oh my god, computer's saying pawn can be sacrificed while the white king has not castled. That is a sick move. If pawn takes, the knight to d5 attacks the queen while also attacking the knight. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. And then if queen takes, queen moves up, points towards the knight, points towards the king, and if the knight makes its way back, then the rook comes in to attack the queen and bishop on the d file, and now you see the suffering of white's king not having castled. Wow, that is a crazy good move for black. I would say there's no chance, no chance black ever finds that. But in a way, it makes sense because the pawn in the center was the weakness in black's position, and black is trying to strike before Pia gets her king to safety. Okay, we're going to jump over to Anna's game because the move we just got in here is a mistake, according to the engines. Let me... Are we not? How do I... Analysis. Show move classification. Okay, I don't know why, but this move is supposed to get a question mark. Computer does not like this at all. The knight moves in to attack the queen. The queen is just gonna retreat. Then black has nothing better than to capture the pawn, and then Anna will play her pawn to b5 plan, attacking the bishop. So why is this bad for black in comparison with the position that we analyzed, which ended up being this situation? This situation, slightly better for white, and this situation, much better for white. Why? And the answer is I don't know yet. But we're going to try and find it out together. The knight comes in, attacks the queen. Queen to c2. Great move. Played pretty much instantly. Okay, 2.5 minutes. But for Anna, that is like as good as it gets. Pawn takes the white pawn. We expected that. And now pawn to b5. Right? Wow, interesting. Computer now wants bishop to d3. Because now computer is not scared of the further trades. Because then we can capture the knight in the center. And get some attack against the rook in the corner. Wait, counterattack? What about this rook? Yeah, no, it's a problem that the white king has not castled yet. Yeah, I don't know. I like this b5 move simply because it shows good positional understanding. It shows understanding of the strategic plans at play. Because you don't want to trade these two pawns. You don't want to trade too many pawns, simply. I mean, in some ways, maybe this is brilliant from black, because now Anna does have this bishop move as an extra option. And she may not be able to resist spending 20 minutes thinking about what happens if the bishop moves out first. I will say that the disadvantage of the pawn to b5 move is that the bishop will then be forced to retreat and help defend the knight. So if one of our goals is to start attacking this knight that moved forward in the center, it would probably not be beneficial for us to force the opponent into giving more defense on that central knight. How has the Olympiad been going? We're only on round 3 so far. But Sweden has won both of their matches, and Anna has won both of her games. Wow! Not only does she play the top computer choice, she plays it in 3 minutes. In what is becoming a very tricky position. I was not expecting that. So what happens if black just reinforces? Okay, so black can move their pawn up to give protection to the knight, but the disadvantage of that move is that now there are no pawns that can control the e5 square. And here Anna would basically be very happy to have this happen because she knows at some point in the future she's going to be able to jump with her knight into this e5 square. After the trade, her bishop is going to take over that positioning. And the bishop is super well placed because it's impossible for black to chase it away with a pawn in any case. And then black maybe would need to move their knight back to chase the bishop, but then the knight is no longer well placed in the middle of the board. She's playing fastish too? Yeah. No, things are looking pretty good right now. She has a solid advantage. She's up on time. It feels like it's a position she's comfortable with. She's played similar things in the past. Things are looking pretty good. Can we see Pia's game? Nothing has happened in Pia's game yet. And her opponent is not going to find that crazy pawn sacrifice. I refuse to believe that. Margot is in some trouble on board 4. But Inna has a completely fine position on board 2. So right now, if Anna can win, and then Inna and Pia make a draw, and maybe Margot loses, that would be a 2-2 result. Don't underestimate the French team. I don't think we're underestimating the team that outraids the Swedes by 200 points on average. We're very familiar with the strength of the French team. But let us be optimistic while we can. There's a reasonable chance that in 2 hours we could be in trouble everywhere. We gotta enjoy the good times while they last. What happens if it's 2-2? Then it's just a tied result. There's not a tiebreaker for 2-2. Quick math, that's not 2-2. Yes it is. If Anna wins, Pia and Inna draws, and Margot loses, that is pretty much the definition of 2-2. If Anna wins, hey, don't be coming in with disparaging comments about the streamer. She has an advantage. She has the bishop pair. I think people know that I am not traditionally an optimistic person. So for me to float the idea of a win is already a pretty big sign that the situation is promising. Anna played? Yeah. Well, her opponent played, sorry. Knight to d7. So she's not doing anything to protect her knight in the middle. So Anna can now win a pawn. However, if that pawn is captured, yeah, no, that's pretty tempting. Computer says queen to f6 is a problem. Ooh, that actually is a problem. We gotta help the rook, but then after helping the rook, the queen comes in. And then there's also an attack against this pawn. Yeah. Remember to respect the bishops, Anna. Don't get greedy. Don't disrespect your control of the light squares when your king is still not castled. Pawn to b5. Good move, though. Pawn up attacks the bishop. Allows the bishop to defend its knight. Sure. But we get the king to safety. That's the crucial thing right now. If we can get the king to safety, then white has the advantage because of the 2 versus 1 queenside majority is what we call this. Basically, it's good to have more pawns than the opponent on the far side of the board in comparison with the kings. Basically, you're more likely to get a pawn to become a new queen if it's far away from the kings. And that's why often it's advantageous to have that 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Because it creates some opportunities to get a new queen in the very distant future. But sometimes it's an advantage of having 2 versus 1 in the center. So, like, yeah, there's not really a clear set rule. It's very situational. And that's why chess is tricky. And in addition, here Anna would have the 2 bishops working together. The bishop pair, as they're referred to when they're a couple. And that is also helpful here because the 2 bishops can point down towards the black king, but also through very important central squares. Yeah, no, I'm liking this. As long as she doesn't get greedy, this is good. Just don't be greedy. Does it matter if you win 4-0 or 3-1? It matters because at the end of the tournament, because there are so many teams, there's zero. Oh my God! Relay error on PS board. Okay, I wasn't quick enough. The board put Pia's king on the F1 square, but no, she castled. Good news for Pia, her king has castled. In fact, Pia has the advantage now. Because we talked about this, how she wanted to get her knight back towards the D4 square. Remember how we said here black needed to be very aggressive to justify that white hadn't castled? Computer found this incredible pawn sacrifice. Well, the black player did not. And instead, pawn forward attacks the knight and the knight moves back. The knight is actually forced towards where it wanted to go anyway. And Pia follows it up with castling her king afterwards. In fact, both the Kremlin girls are about to castle their king. Speaking of, we should see what happens if Anna castles. Because that's a mistake, but it's not an obvious one. In fact, Anna could very well castle here. And computer really does not like it. Pia castling is good for her. She's going to have the advantage because she has that incredible placement for the knight in the center. But Anna castling is not great. So black actually has a threat in this position, which castling illustrates pretty well. Black wants to go pawn takes on b4, and after the recapture, it looks good for white. You have this pressure now from the rook on the bishop, you have the pressure on the knight, you have the protection here as well. But bishop takes c4 is a great move for black. The idea is that if bishop takes knight, black can recapture, allowing this guy to be undefended because the recapture also created an attack on white's knight at the same time. So you lose your bishop, but you win the knight. So it's all fine. If you try and take the bishop the recapture does not work. Because this black pawn is both supposed to take the bishop and defend the knight in the center. Recapturing will lose the knight and Anna will have an extra bishop. But here's the brilliant trick. Oh, I went too far back. But if Anna castles now, the reason you insert pawn takes pawn and pawn takes pawn first is because after now the bishop comes in and is captured, the rook can point down towards the white bishop and the white bishop cannot move because then you lose the queen. And that's why it was necessary to make the trade with the pawns first, because black needed to get rid of their own pawn in order to have the rook point down on the open file. And in fact, this is the precise thing we talked about earlier when we talked about the importance of Anna making the right capture in the center initially, because it was very important for us to install this black pawn on the c5 square, because then it would stand in the way of the rook trying to point down on the white queen. And that's why pawn to b5 is the good move here, because it keeps the pawn on c5 on the board, which means black cannot get their rook into play, which in turn means that black cannot punish white for lagging behind in development. So this is a big moment. And whenever there's big moments, I don't mind her taking some time. She's not even that far behind on the clock either. We're looking for pawn to b5. That's the only move to preserve white's advantage. What move are we on? This is move 13. So, yeah. Time is going to be an issue, but we kind of knew that already before the game started. The time control is 90 minutes at the start of the game. You then get an additional 30 minutes after you completed 40 moves. But in addition to all of that, you get 30 extra seconds per move you make. What are you drinking? I am drinking the Twinings Lady Grey tea. That is so British. In fact, it is not. I went to a hotel in London asking for Lady Grey, and they had no freaking idea what I was talking about. So I looked it up, and it turns out Lady Grey is a more citrusy version of Earl Grey, which was specifically made for the Scandinavian market, because the Scandinavian palate wasn't as happy with the standard Earl Grey as, well, you know, the rest of the world. A single tea bag for the whole pot? What can I say? It works. Why waste when you don't have to? Those tea bags, they cost like $20 cents, a quarter, basically, each. That's pour from a hotel. Lady Grey is well known. Seriously? Okay, I was at the Hilton in Kensington. They had no idea what I was talking about. Oh, wow. People in chat now asking why I don't just buy tea leaves instead of the bag. People have fancy habits. Why? Because I don't think there's a taste difference between the home brew and the bags. Is that a controversial opinion? How is the food at the Olympiad? I'm such a foodie. I'm not sure you would enjoy the Olympiad then, sir or ma'am. It is because the organizers are supposed to pay for the meals for all the teams. They always do a buffet. And well, some are better than others, but let's just say the food in Siberia was not amazing. Cafeteria style? Yeah, pretty much. But I get why you do that, right? Because when you're trying to feed 2,000 people, giving them the choice of a la carte is just not gonna be viable. Does Magnus also eat there? Yeah. I mean, he usually eats with the team, and the team eats at the food. In Chennai, we did have some issues. The food was somewhat spicy. And for me, the biggest culture shock in Chennai was that all the chicken still had, all the bones left. And I realized how freaking spoiled we are to just have everything made to eating. I don't know. Somewhat spicy is an understatement. I don't think it's no, it wasn't that bad. I once went to an Indian restaurant with Magnus and he asked for the spiciest thing you have, or rather, like he ordered what he ordered and then asked for it to be maximum spice. And afterwards, we asked him, how did it taste? And he said, well, I can't really taste anything because my mouth is burning. Why is Magnus cycling to the event in the rain when the organizers have a car for him? Wait, what have I missed? Are there pictures of Magnus cycling in the rain? I would be happy to watch Magnus suffering. Photo chess. Maria? Wait, what do you mean rain? It barely looks like it's wet on the tarmac. And I want it to be a video, not a picture. Oh well. It's a drizzle? Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't count. They're not called video chess. Fair enough. Photo chess supplies photos. I see the logic behind that. I did hear that everyone is having trouble with the transportation though. Cycling to the game seems like a good idea. Actually, I heard one of the other Norwegian players said that they're gonna get a bicycle for the next round as well. Uh-oh, Anna blunders. Uh-oh. Question mark on the board. And I feel so bad when the mistake is getting your king to safety. Because most of the time you're supposed to do that. But here, unfortunately, as we discovered earlier, this is a mistake due to the fact that it allows the rook to enter the game in a good way. And the way for the rook to get involved is to first make the trade between these two pawns. That's why Anna needed to avoid that trade on her previous move. And the idea here is that even though the bishop is under attack, the bishop can sacrifice itself against the white pawn. White captures back, and black is not in a position to recapture because that pawn was needed to defend the knight in the center. But the key here is that black uses the rook, which now has an opening down the c-file as a result of the black pawn standing in its way being traded off. And the bishop cannot move because you will lose the queen behind it. And the result of this is actually quite a significant advantage for black. Because even though Anna can recapture a black pawn, so it's going to be equal on number of pawns, the problem here is that black is just very well placed with their pieces. And it's going to be uncomfortable to deal with the access black's pieces has in on white's half of the board. And we also lost our bishop pair. We lost a lot of our central control. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate development. Maybe Mitra will miss it. Yeah, maybe. But she's a women's grandmaster. She's rated above 2300. I don't think it's very likely that she will miss it, unfortunately. Would Hammer have figured out that castles is bad without a computer? I don't know. That's the thing. We can't really know that because I have the computer. And we don't have access to alternate universes. What I will say is that I probably wouldn't have played this bishop to d3 move to begin with, because I would have been so into this whole d takes pawn and then chase the bishop back. So sometimes it's like I would avoid stuff, not because I see what's wrong with what I avoid, but because my instincts just lead me in a different direction. chess players are very dependent on instincts and intuition. And sometimes we can't really explain why we avoided what we avoided, because it's more like we're just trusting our feelings, our emotions. Is Anna really top 4 women in Sweden? I don't think so on the ratings. But the thing is that the Chess Olympiad is a 2-week event. So it's pretty normal that a lot of players who are not, professionals in chess and whatnot, don't feel like they can take time off work for such a long time. But I will say that, for instance, the Norwegian team often has people who has to prioritize work. But now that the tournament is in Europe, more people are playing than what is normal. So the fact that it's closer to home helps for people to kind of prioritize it. Let me do rating, sort by rating. So Pia is number 1. Inna Agrest is number 2. Then Svetlana Agrest is number 3. I believe that is Inna's mother. Eleanor Frisk is number 4. Dr. Sylvia Paddock, I have no idea who that is. I've never heard of that person before. Is number 5. Then Irina Tetenkina is number 6. Never heard of her either. They are about 15 years older than me, so I guess they quit playing chess at some point. And then there's Yevgenia Pavlovskaya, also in that same age bracket, 15 years older than me. I never heard of any of these, but I guess they just stopped playing before I started competing. Annalie Dalmau, I'm probably completely butchering these names, also in that same generation. And then there's Lavinia, who is on the team right now. She's only 15 years old this year. She's on board 5. Then there's Anna Hammarström, also in the 60s and 70s. And then Anna is number 5. She's number 11. But so most of these people who's ahead of Anna hasn't played in many, many years. So who's to say whether they still have the same level, for instance? Is Yevgeny Agrest related? Yeah, Yevgeny is Inna's father. So Inna and Anna both have grandmasters, parents, although Anna has 2 of them, while Inna only has 1. How many breaks is Anna getting? I don't know. It depends on how how they usually do it within the team. But for the Norwegian team, everyone plays kind of the same number of games. Maybe you play 1 extra game if you're doing very well. But in general, they just split it so that everyone plays the same amount. I would guess it's the same for Sweden, except maybe Pia. I would expect Pia to play every game, unless one game she's tired, she might take a break. But I would expect her to play a lot, and then the four remaining girls would split pretty equally. Any chess players in your family? No, none whatsoever. So you can become good without grandmaster parents, turns out. Shocking news. Mitra has found the refutation, and frankly, she didn't even spend too much time on that. That is kind of depressing, but at the same time, that's the difference in level we're talking about. Mitra gets one chance, she's gonna pounce on it. And yeah, she was never gonna miss that opportunity, I think. So now Anna is in trouble. She went from having a much better position to now an unpleasant situation under pressure. Your family has a 100% rate of Grandmaster? Well, my dad did try playing because he felt like if he was going to take me to so many tournaments anyway, he might as well play himself a little bit. So my dad, he got a Norwegian rating of, I don't remember what it was. I think he made it all the way to 860. And then my sister was dragged along to some chess tournaments as well. Her crowning achievement was winning the club championship in her age bracket. But she was the only participant, though. She still won. She still got the trophy. When did you start playing? I started competing pretty much the month I turned 9. But I played in my after school program for a year maybe before that. Can you jump directly from a women's grandmaster to a grandmaster without having the international master title? Yes. That's your choice. I mean, it's unlikely that you do it without fulfilling the requirements of the IM title first, but you don't have to buy the title if you think you're gonna just jump straight into the next one. Are you Norwegian? Your last name sounds very Norwegian. I am Norwegian, but I will say that my last name is just as common in Germany as in Norway. But yeah, it's a fairly common last name. It's a good one, but a reasonably common one. You have to buy a title? Yeah, so technically there's a fee that the World Chess Federation charges, but it's normally paid for by your chess federation. It's not so common in Germany, but I mean, there's like more than... Germany has like 80 million people, no? 60? 50? I don't... Actually, I'm not sure. But there's like at least many thousand Germans called Hammer, no? $83 million. Wow. What did I say first? 80? That's pretty good. I'm happy with myself for that. Do you know if you have German ancestors? No, but I have Belgian ancestors. Although maybe the Belgians were German at some point. There was a bishop from Belgium who went to Bergen in the 1600s. Ludwig Münter. And he was my great, 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 great. How many am I at? Well, he was some. Yeah, he was up there. Is hammer a tool in Norway? Yes. It is the same tool as in German and English. How great was he? He was pretty great. Yeah. A bishop is not supposed to have children? uh, so Catholics are weird about some stuff, but Norway is a Protestant country, or was at that time, and I think they're pretty chill. Still is officially, yeah, sure, we're still Protestant, but yeah, in name mostly. Religion is becoming less and less of a thing in all countries, really. Why does the computer still say Anna's fine here? Well, because she's not losing material outright. She can capture this bishop, forcing the rook to move over here, but then the rook leaves the protection of the pawn. So she can capture the pawn, and then she can get into this situation. And here she's not down a pawn. But it's a bit unpleasant to play, because this guy cannot be protected by other pawns, so it's going to be pretty easy for black to target it with the rook, with the queen, that kind of thing. And also look at how this bishop is being blocked by its own pieces in two directions, and even if it gets out, the pawn is in the way as well. Thanks for the sub, Cobb. She can play queen to e2. I suppose she can. You're trying to make a trap that if rook takes, the bishop comes out to attack both the rooks. It's a good trap. But my concern is that maybe then the knight can jump in and attack the queen. I don't know. She's not losing a pawn or anything like that. It's just that black's pieces are going to get so active inside white's half of the board. So now she's under pressure on the board. And once she goes from being up on the board to being down on the board, that means the clock becomes way more significant. Because like you're fine being down 10-15 minutes on the clock as long as you have the advantage on the board. It's not that big of an issue. But once you're starting to have trouble multiple places, then that's where the clocks become an issue. Computer is actually saying that one of Anna's best ways of playing is to sacrifice a pawn here. Bishop takes knight. Recapture with the attack on the knight so that it doesn't matter that the bishop will be captured. And then takes. And here you could recapture the pawn, but then your king is going to be somewhat open. But computer is saying here, queen to f4. It has to do with if you go rook here, pointing down on the opposing queen, the queen can come forward and threaten checkmate. So therefore, first you go to attack this pawn. The pawn continues capturing stuff. And then you go rook d1. And now black is up by 2 pawns. But you're never going to save this one long term. And the white rooks are really good putting pressure And then the bishop is going to be great on the diagonal. And the computer feels like this. Well, it doesn't look great though. It's still like she's going to be down a pawn. Something like this. Like even if you take this one, you're just down a pawn without really having a good reason for it. Yeah, no, I think she just has to take the bishop and hope for the best. Let's check in with Pia for a little bit. There's been quite a few moves there. And in fact, I really like Diamante's plan. So I said here that Pia had the advantage because of the knight making its way to the d4 square, where it's going to be fantastic. But this move, pawn to b5, was absolutely brilliant from black. The pawn cannot be captured. Okay, technically it could be captured. Maybe it should have been captured now that I think about it. My instinct was that it was not possible because of the rook pointing down towards the queen. But then the queen could move out of the way. And we would have a lot of trades, but at least here white would still be somewhat better because of the weakness of the d5 pawn. But instead, Pia chose not to clarify the position by capturing this pawn. She played pawn to h3 instead, which the computer thinks is the best move. But the thing is, after pawn to a6 now, these two pawns are doing a fantastic job of limiting the rook and the queen on this b file. It's limiting the bishop on the diagonal, but most importantly, it's making sure that these two white pawns, which both cannot be protected by other pawns, it's impossible now for Pia to get these traded off, because black has good control here with both the pawn and the bishop, and amazing control here, making sure that you cannot advance. So Pia's going to get a nice piece in the center of the board, but then black is going to get easy pressure with their queen and rook towards the white pawn. And one of Pia's main plans in the position she had was to try and advance this pawn. So if Diamante hadn't played this pawn to b5, what we would have seen would have been something like this, where an argument can be made that yes, white traded off the weakness in the center of the board, but at the same time you have good access with your rook down towards the black pieces, and you're also getting your bishop pointing towards the black king, and you can get this amazing placement in the center of the board for the knight, where there are no black pawns able to chase it away, and there's a white pawn keeping it protected. So this would have been like the dream scenario for Pia. And instead, now she's stuck. And this rook to b3 move is a good illustration of her problems, because now she's being forced into playing her good pieces into bad squares because they have to take a defensive stance to keep, in this case, the pawn on c3 protected. So it would have been better to trade off this weakness, but black has made that impossible. So right now we're struggling on several boards. The French girls are showing their middle game prowess, and Sweden is kind of being outplayed now on multiple fronts. Let's check in with... Inda has sacrificed a pawn. And just as we came into this overview scene, we could see that the move from the French player had actually gotten a question mark. Very interesting play from Inna on board 2. That's on the upper right. Ina has a bishop pair, and her opponent has a weak pawn in the center. On the other hand, Ina is down a pawn. Computer says it's about equal. So the advantages black has is outweighed by the fact that white has the extra pawn. But white is not better despite the extra pawn because of all the good things about black's position. On board 4, Margot is struggling with a white knight having invaded into black's position. Although Margot can now do some tricky stuff to maybe get herself back into this game. What about knight takes pawn? Yeah, that's a good move for her. Knight takes pawn would eliminate the pawn that was defending the monster on c6. And then if the knight that was then undefended trades off with the black bishop, we could have a situation like this where it's still equal amount of pawns to each player. Oh, never mind. What am I doing? Boom! Check! Capturing a very important pawn. That is scary for white to go into that. Yeah, no, Margot, she needs to make a pseudo sacrifice, I think you call it. Because it's a sacrifice, but it's not really a sacrifice. Because if the knight is captured, then you can capture white's knight. And black has an extra pawn. So, interesting situation. Margot needs to find this move, but I'm pretty confident she's gonna play that. She doesn't really have any alternatives in the current situation. And that's gonna make that game pretty competitive. In fact, suddenly Anna might be the one in the most trouble of all the Swedish boards. Despite her position being the best one just 10 minutes ago. Okay, very important now for Anna that she doesn't lose this game. She lost the initiative. She lost basically everything that was nice about her position. But she's not down on material. Sometimes when you have the trend in the game going against you like this, you make it out to be a bigger problem than it really is. That you kind of talk yourself into being like, oh, I'm so dumb, I wasted such a promising position. But what you gotta do is you gotta keep on going. Try to leave those negative thoughts behind. On the other hand, I don't know if Anna is even capable of negative thoughts, but I'm talking from my experience, at least. And you just gotta put that aside and keep fighting. And Anna is not gonna be down a pawn or anything like that. She lost a lot of the things that were good about her position, but it's still the same amount of pieces for both players. You can still survive this. Is knight to d2 possible here? Yeah, computer's saying knight to d2 is one of the best moves. Okay, and then there's going to be a trade, I assume. And then do you take back with the bishop or with the queen? The thing is, if you take back with the bishop, you haven't really solved this whole situation. And then black can attack your queen and then go defend the pawn. on the edge of the board. So here black is just up a pawn. Yeah, you can't really allow that, can you? So you probably want to take back with the queen, because then you, no matter what happens, you can take this guy afterwards. And then takes, knight moves forward. The problem here is that the knight is just coming in and bothering the queen. And the massive issue is also that it's so easy for black to start putting pressure on this b4 pawn. That pawn is pretty lonely. It would really have liked to have an adjacent pawn protecting it. Anna's in trouble, but she's not down on material just yet. Rook takes pawn. Okay. Computer doesn't think that's great. But the reason it's not great is maybe a bit tricky. So computer preferred her to get out of this file with the rook pointing down. Because if she didn't get out of this, black doesn't need to capture immediately. And here the key move for black is knight to b6. Having no rush whatsoever to capture white's bishop, because instead of getting there with a rook that can then be attacked by white's knight, you try to get there with a black knight instead. And that piece is going to be a monster, because you don't have any pawns that can chase it away. And it just becomes a menacing piece inside white's half. But the same mantra that we had earlier still applies here. Anna is not down on material. The situation is dire because her opponent is getting all her pieces into amazing squares. But as long as you're not down a pawn, it feels like it should be possible to save. The knight on e4 is also so annoying. Yeah. It's a well-placed piece right now. Remember when she played it? Computer said it was a mistake. But it worked out for her. Okay, I think I'm going to take a little break now. Let's just move to the overview in the meantime. Pia's position is approximately equal. The computer actually slightly favors black. And I think that's a result of Diamante's very clever pawn play on the queen side. Inna is down a pawn, but she does have some bishops pointing down towards the opponent's king. That's on the upper right of the current screen. Ooh, look at this. Margot has invaded with her queen towards the white king. So Margot right now up a pawn, but her opponent has two bishops and her queen inside black's half of the board. But having an extra pawn is a big deal for Margot. And that should give her some chances to survive. It puts more pressure. Whenever you have an extra pawn, even if you're in trouble, it puts more pressure on your opponent. Because if they make one little mistake, they can have problems being down on material. Anna is not down on material, but her opponent's pieces are so well placed that we are a bit concerned there as well. So, frankly, all the Swedish girls under pressure right now, but only Inna is down on material, and she's got some beautiful bishops in return for it. Margot is up on material, but her opponent has some beautiful bishops for it. So the Inna and Margot situation in some ways are similar if reversed. And I think it is possible to get 4 draws here, but it's going to be a struggle because of the pressure France has managed to put on the team in the last hour of play. The French girls, not necessarily the greatest opening experts, but their middle game has looked solid so far. I'm going to take my break and we're going to play some calming background music in the meantime. Okay, I'm back. Still 0-0 between Sweden and France. This is the Chess Olympiad from Budapest, Hungary. The third round of the event and the biggest challenge the Swedish women have faced thus far. Fiji was beaten 4-0. New Zealand taken down 3-1. But France is one of the better teams in the competition. My name is, well, you can't see me. My name is Jon Ludwig Hammer, and we are here for the long haul to guide you through today's match. And unfortunately, after Anna made a single mistake in the entire game, her opponent has played perfectly since, finding all the good moves, including this knight to b6, deciding not to capture the bishop immediately, but seeing an opportunity to improve the knight's positioning and have the knight take the bishop, and the bishop cannot move away because that would open up for the rook against the queen. This has also taken a toll on Anna's clock, and she's currently below 20 minutes remaining, and we're only on move 16. And speaking of move 16, it's also worth noticing that Anna played the first 9 moves pretty much instantly. So move 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is where she managed to spend over an hour of her time. But at least we know that she's right in her element. That is the time usage she's used to. We're just, concerned. Understandably concerned. Yet again. Her opponent seems to have the situation under control. Yeah, Mitra's been playing very well right now. It is concerning. Bishop to b2 played by Anna. She might be losing a rook now. After knight takes, this would threaten knight takes on e3. Basically, the knight can now move anywhere because it will open an attack on the queen from the rook. And if the queen tries to move away from that, then the knight can still come in and attack both the queen and the rook with dire consequences. Anna's not down on material, but she's down on pretty much every piece placement right now. The knight comes in quickly, captures the bishop, puts pressure on white, establishes itself inside white's half. Yeah, it's not looking great. Pia also having some problems, actually. Diamante has played the middle game supremely well, and she chose to jump in with her knight in the center, increasing the pressure against the c3 pawn. Pia opted to just take out that knight, thinking that she's going to be happy to get her own knight in the center of the board on a square where there are no black pawns that are able to chase the knight away. But here, rook e5 is a very, very good move from Diamante. And, well, the threat is that the rook will now move over to the king side and start pointing down towards the white king. And if Pia doesn't do something here very quickly, this rook with the queen and the bishop pointing in the diagonals as well, all of white's pieces are on the left half of the board. And that is something black is addressing here with their plan of an attack. So the French player sees white's pieces stuck on the queen side and says, well, then there's nothing defending the king. I'll move over there, and if you try to push your pawn forward and kind of have a pawn protected by another pawn, you have so little defenses over there that a sacrifice of a full rook is justified to just have everything pointing in against Pia's king. So yeah, her situation is kind of terrifying. Knight to e2 played by Pia. This was actually the computer's top choice. Very, very, very important move from her. And now if the rook tries to target down towards the white king, the knight moves over to that king side to keep things protected. Very, very important move there from Pia. And as a matter of fact, that move was so good that even though the computer prefers black's position, I think Pia still has decent chances of winning this. Pia also has a 16-minute time advantage. So I'm not losing hope that we could get a win here. If Sweden is going to get a good team result, it's always going to rely on Pia, because she's the only player who's higher rated than the opponents in matchups like these. And when she has the white pieces, you kind of need a win to get the upset. On the other hand, Anna is, well, she's doing her best to get her queen away from the pressure the black rook had against the white queen. But now the white pieces have really moved away from the pawn on b4. And it seems to me that the queen can just come here, attack the rook has to move, and then you take the pawn. And previously, we had the idea that the pawn could not be captured because the bishop would attack and catch black's attacker and the rook on f8 on the same diagonal. But here's one of the benefits of black trying to improve the positioning of their knight in recapturing, because now the knight has that square under control and can just take out the bishop. So Anna in, yeah, it feels as though she's going to lose this pawn now, either with the rook or the queen making that attack. But at least we're happy to see that Anna's clock is not ticking. That's a good thing. I'm jumping to the overview because I want to check out what's going on with Margot and Inna. Margot just made a question mark move. But why is this so bad? I feel like that's the kind of question mark you get, not because your move was bad, but because you had a better alternative. Computer is very unhappy about Margot's situation, but I don't see the immediate danger. There is a problem that black is essentially, Margot is the bottom right on the 4 boards. There's a problem that she has a rook in the corner that is really struggling to get into the game. So that is problematic. Inna has started moving her queen. That's on the upper right. She has her queen and bishop both pointed towards the white king. But she's down a pawn. So, but right now, Inna's position and Pia's position seem like the two best ones. Speaking of Pia, bishop to e6 was played, attacking the rook. But now this rook is making its way back into the middle of the board. And if the bishop establishes itself inside white's half, well, the knight can just move away and then the rook will come in afterwards. And if we can get a position like this, where Pia has the 2 rooks reigning the most central file on the board, and the knight making sure to control the d3 square so that the bishop cannot block the access of the rooks, then this should be significantly better for Pia. And she's also making her moves way faster than her opponent, because right now it's very obvious to Pia what she needs to do next. She needs to go rook here and she needs to go knight here. Sometimes just having an obvious plan can be very, very nice, because it's going to give you a time advantage. Did Anna win or lose today? It's 0-0 so far between Sweden and France. Anna is still playing. It's equal number of pawns and all the other stuff. But as you may notice, the black knights have invaded in towards white's half. And there is a pawn on the side whose safety we are concerned about. So right now, Anna is in trouble. But we haven't given up hope just yet. Anna had an advantage out of the opening, but she made one mistake. And then, you know, some inaccuracies, but that's kind of normal when you make a mistake, that you don't manage to readjust to the new circumstances. And it's kind of depressing how bad your position can be, just because of, it wasn't like even a clear mistake, it was more like an inaccuracy. But once your inaccuracy includes a lot of capture things, it can be pretty bad. When do we give up on hope? When I say so. Trust my judgment and no one else's. Why does the engine like black? Well-placed knights and easy pressure against the b4 pawn. Man, that queen move was the best move, according to the chess engines. And it didn't feel obvious to me. I would have gone here because then I can attack the rook as well. What's the point of putting the queen here instead? If the rook goes back to protect. I think maybe, wow, that's pretty good if that's the case. But I think part of the point here is that Mitra, she wants to keep control of the e5 square because she wants to prevent the white knight from trying to trade off with the black knight that's super well placed inside white's half. Weird, the eval bar went in Anna's favor when black made the best move. Yeah, that's a very interesting question, or why it's not really a question, but I'm gonna answer it anyway. The reason for that is because when a new move is made, the computer often starts fresh. So when it's thinking for 5 seconds, what it feels about the position may be different to what its opinion is after having thought for 2 minutes. So sometimes it's possible for the computer to kind of change its mind, partly because it's not calculating as thoroughly as it had on the previous move, and sometimes it's also because the computer just manages to calculate further forward and realizes the situation was not as beneficial as it originally had thought. But it's a very good observation to note when the top choice affects the evaluation, the eval bar, negatively. Hoping Pia goes rook d4. Pia is not going to go rook d4. Pia is going to go rook to d2. But I think that's a good move. Someone asked why Pia shouldn't go knight to g3. The problem with the knight to g3 move, well, I guess first you go here and go for the trade. But it's very important that the knight makes it to this f4 square. Because if you go knight to g3, then the black bishop can move in, protected by its own pawn, and make sure that the white rook is unable to have influence down the center of the board. So it's very important to get the knight to this f4 square to prevent the bishop from cutting the rook off and stopping it from influencing the game. Has there been any instances where the computer evaluation was wrong? All the time. The fact that computers have improved massively over the past 15 years is a very good illustration of situations we previously thought were good could be bad. And the most interesting development we had was when the programmers started using this technique where the chess engines taught themselves the game by playing against itself over and over and over and over. Because that was the first time we had a chess engine without human input. Previously, what we had done was that we had a hypothesis that you should tell the engine to feel good about situations where there are fewer pawns around the opponent's king, because that's a good thing. And you would make these small changes in the programming and then you would play, many thousand chess test games, and you would see if the new version of the engine was better or worse than the old one. And well, this, I'm not sure this is right, but that's my understanding, that they just really just they made a small change, tested it to see if it was better, and if it was better, they kept the change, and if it wasn't better, they scrapped it. But by doing these chess engines without human input, what happened was that the computer had a completely different way of thinking about chess than what we kind of knew from computer chess previously. In fact, the engines, the Lila Chess Zero and the what was it called? The one that Google made? DeepMind? I don't remember its name, but these engines were special in that they actually had a much more human approach to the game and valued certain things more like a human than the traditional chess engines. Alpha Zero, thank you. Is Alpha Zero stronger than Stockfish? Not anymore, or maybe it even wasn't at any point. But what has happened since Alpha Zero's introduction is that that engine had a major weakness in that it wasn't so good at making brute force calculations, but it was incredible at doing long-term strategic evaluations. And so what ended up happening was that the Stockfish chess engine basically took the best of both worlds. So it got its own neural net to do better long-term assessments, strategic assessments, while it kept its brute force stuff that is really, really good at just, checkmating attacks and stuff like that. On a move, got a question mark? Yeah. Oh, damn. Sorry, I was looking at Anna's game on my screen and I didn't realize you guys didn't see it on your screen. My bad. Yeah, it's kind of collapsing right now. She's just losing the pawn. I think she's considering some sacrifices, though. So I think the idea is that she's going to sacrifice her knight. And this knight cannot be captured because then the rook will coordinate together with the bishop on the diagonal with check, 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 and checkmate. That's pretty sweet. That's a nice checkmate. I don't see it happening, though. Instead, in this situation, her opponent can capture the bishop. And then, well, that attacks the queen. And protects down here. So Anna would have nothing better than to go for the queen trade. But then she would be able to take the rook afterwards. Honestly, maybe she can save something like this. The good news is that all the pawns are on the same side of the board. Actually, that might not be good news, now that I think about it. The fact that black has two knights in trade for a rook, knights actually really like that all the pawns are on the same side. Because they're not very good moving from side to side. They might actually prefer a close quarter combat. Yeah, I don't really see this working out. But at least this is what her opponent is concerned about. So she's creating some stress for the opponent by preparing this sacrifice. And the good news is, if the opponent is scared about this sacrifice, what are her options? If black just plays something like, I don't know, rook to e8, then Anna would be able to go pawn to b5, and this would actually be massive because then she would have her knight protecting the pawn, and then this pawn that we've been so concerned about for a long time would actually be reasonably safe. And if the knight is if they try to kick the knight away, even if this pawn ends up being lost, now there's dangerous stuff happening with the knight and queen and rook all pointing together in towards the black king. So it's a big question now. Does black dare capturing the pawn when it's so obvious that Anna has prepared a sacrifice against it? I don't know the answer. I will say this though. Mitra has played perfectly ever since Anna made her castling mistake. So there has been like 6 perfect moves in a row, which does seem to suggest that she really understands what this position requires. To me, that is not obvious at all. What are you talking about Brown? The sacrifice? I think at this level, it's pretty obvious that that is what Anna is planning. It's the only reason black would be afraid. Wait, what? Did Pia's opponent just blunder a rook? Must be a problem with the relay. Yeah, never mind. I saw the rook go here and it's like, yeah, that's a free stuff there. But going all the way back is pretty passive. I like knight up now for Pia. Pia's opponent is down to 12 minutes. Almost as low on time as Anna. Although, to be fair, Anna has played fewer moves, so she's kind of in just as much trouble still. How many moves has Pia played? Pia is thinking about her 26th move. So there's another 15 moves before the French player can get extra 30 minutes. In Anna's game, it's more of a question when she can get the extra 30 minutes. And Anna needs to make an additional 21 moves. Yeah. Have we had any drama yet? It depends on what drama entails. Margot's opponent messed up the opening. Margot had a chance of getting a big advantage with black after her opponent mixed the order in which she needed to execute her plan. And Anna had a big advantage out of the opening, but then made one mistake and it kind of tore her position apart. Why is that a question mark? It doesn't seem so bad. I think the computer is just... The computer would rather be down a pawn instead of being down a rook for 2 knights. So the move Anna made is... It's basically a sacrifice because she's planning to capture in and create some attack against the black king. And it gets a question mark because the computer believes she should have instead just realized that she was going to lose her pawn and then play on down a pawn because, well, you can still survive down a pawn, especially when most of the pawns are on the same side of the board. But the fact that Mitra is thinking this long means that she is a bit nervous about this continuation. Queen takes pawn. Knight takes pawn. Queen takes bishop. Queens up against each other. Queen trade and then take the rook. To me, this looks pretty bad, but maybe it's not so bad. Computer really likes this rook to a1 move. I think that's very good. Because in general, there's a rule of thumb that if you trade a rook for 2 minor pieces, like here, 2 knights, the 2 knights or knight and bishop or whatever it is your opponent is left with is always better when they have a rook working together with them. But the reason this rook move over here is so good is because you're threatening to trade off the rooks. And that eases white's defensive task. And if the rook tries to avoid that trade, computer says potential trouble, because then we are the ones utilizing our 2 rooks together. Yeah, no, actually, yeah. This is not too bad. Mitra seems legitimately concerned about this knight sacrifice. And maybe there's good reason for her to be that. Is there a story behind your forearm scars? I assume you mean forehead. I got these after I did the commentary on the Portugal tournament because I got really, really sick for a week and a half. I still don't fully understand why. But during the course of being sick, I suddenly got this massive amount of impurities. Basically, what's it called in English? It's not like acne, but it's similar. Zits? Anyway, it was pretty bad. And it was a lot here, and then there were a couple here as well. Pimples? Yeah, pimples, maybe. I don't know what. Maybe it happened because I was really struggling sleeping while I was sick. Because I was having pretty bad headaches. And then when you don't get your beauty sleep, it can affect your face. But yeah, that's the reason for the scars. Of course, being a genius, I didn't leave them alone, which is what you're supposed to do. Instead, I aggressively scratched them. And yeah, it wasn't great. I was really sick there for a bit. But I didn't have like a fever or anything like that. I just had a massive headache and trouble sleeping. If king takes e6. So when you're doing chess notation, I know that a knight starts with a K, but so does the king. So in English, the knight actually has the abbreviation N. Because I guess they're trying to help out people who believe language should be phonetic, if nothing else. Almost equal on time now? Yeah, no, this move, it may have gotten a question mark from the chess engines, but it's the fact that it's creating threats on black's position for the first time in, let's just say, quite a while. That has caused Mitra to really take her time here. Very good news for Anna, obviously. Is there different notation for other languages? Yes, of course. So the German and the Swedish and the Norwegian are all identical. I guess probably the Danish as well, but they don't deserve to be mentioned together with the rest of us. In Norwegian, it's okay. Which order am I going to do this? King, queen, bishop, knight, rook, and then in Norwegian, it's konge, dronning, løper, springer, tårn. And then in German, it's König, Drottning? No. Dame? No. Okay, I don't know what queen is in German, but I'm pretty sure it's the same D as in Norwegian. And then it's Laufer, Springer, Tun, Torn, Tun, something like that. So it's not the same words, but it's the same first letter, which is why notation is identical for all the Scandinavians and German. And then in Russian, for instance, they don't even have the Latin alphabet, right? So in Russian, I think I don't remember whether it's the queen or the rook. But one of the first letters is like it's a lambda. Is that the right? It looks like. Yeah, but it's kind of weird. And then in French, I know the knight is a C, so I guess that's a chevalier, which is a horse. And then in French, do I know any of the others? Yeah, I don't know the others in French. Cavalier. Okay, almost. Fou. Ah, that's a good one. That's the bishop. Roi. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's the king. Ah, the French also has dame, which is the same as German. rook is Tor. Oh, that's interesting. So both in French and German and Norwegian, the queen is D and the rook is T. In Russian, Korol is king, Furs is queen. Yeah, Ladya. So the rook is the one with the lambda sign. Ooh, mistake! Mistake! Is it a big mistake though? Anna's gonna get to keep her bishop now. Wow, Mitra was super scared. If queen takes pawn, Anna was preparing to sacrifice with her knight, trying to open up in towards the black king. And Mitra was terrified of that idea. She goes rook a8, trying to trade off that rook that was pointing in towards the black king. But the problem now is that after this trade, there's the threat of queen takes pawn, but there's also the threat of rook invading. So here, if the pawn moves forward, which was our hope that we could keep the pawn protected by the knight, here it seems like that option is not available because the rook can then come in, attack the bishop, and the bishop cannot move because of the queen behind it. Ooh, but that's not the end of the story. Because then you can go rook to a1, and it turns out if the black rook captures the bishop, the white rook counterattacks against the black king with a back rank checkmate, although it's not checkmate because the queen can block. But then we get the queen. And somehow, despite getting the queen, the computer believes black is better. What? Did we not just take a queen? There's the threat on the white queen as well as a back rank checkmate here. The queen moves. And now if knight takes pawn, the queen actually makes its way up into the attack. Oh, that's wild. Is Anna going to see all of this with 8 minutes remaining? I'm kind of thinking no. Okay, she has to make the trade though, right? What if she tries to get another rook? Takes. Oh, she's gonna go for this. She's gonna go for this, and this is probably what Mitra has calculated. And here, computer says rook to b8 is a brilliant defensive move. The idea is that if the bishop starts capturing around the king, the difference here is that white no longer has a rook next to the king. Previously, we had a rook here, but that rook went over here and got traded. And now black then goes on the counterattack. Ooh, this is pretty sweet. The knight comes in, attacks the queen, and after the queen trade, it's just checkmate. And if it wasn't checkmate, then white could do a checkmate in return. Yeah, I don't know. Computer wants the trade, but I feel like getting the rook over is the more human approach. 7 minutes for Anna to make her decision. What was the mistake with rook to a8? I think mistake is a bit of a rough assessment. Mitra didn't want to go into an endgame that wasn't entirely clear, and so she chose a trickier variation, which objectively might not be as good, but in practical play, I think this rook move is quite good. It makes for a lot of difficult decisions in a row for white. Anna still has too much time to go into blitz mode. Well, right now she needs the time that she has, right? Because this suddenly became really, really tricky. Making the trade of the rooks and then saving her own pawn, only to get hit by the rook coming in afterwards. I mean, it's unexpected that white can survive this, in my opinion. Okay, she moves the rook over. I think that was the more human move, but it was also a mistake. And this is precisely what Mitra spent all that time thinking about. Because it was the more human move from Anna, it was also the move that Mitra was expecting, which is bad news. Double question mark? Yeah, it wasn't there for too long, but it was the human approach, but it was also the wrong move in that circumstance. GG, I guess. Well, let's see. Let's not call it just yet. Because after queen takes pawn, knight sacrifices itself. If Mitra now captures the bishop, then this game is back into interesting territory. This might be a draw. Black is better with the two knights compared to the rook. But it's not easy. This is what Anna is hoping for right now. And then the question is whether Mitra has a surprise in store. Would Anna find that knight move? Of course she would. It's the only thing she's been planning for the last half hour. Okay, well, now we're gonna see it in action. Prey G. Well, the thing is, Mitra has created a circumstance where the knight sacrifice is not as good as it was previously. And that's why moving this rook up was a mistake. Because now, after knight takes pawn, Mitra has this very clever rook over, increasing the attack on the bishop. And if the bishop moves, then there are checkmate ideas along the bottom rank as a result of the defensive rook that previously was here has moved up into the attack. Rook b8 is hard to find. Yes, it is. Rook b8 is hard to find, but keep in mind that Mitra spent 19 minutes before going into this situation. So rook b8 is hard to find, but maybe she already found it. Also, there's a problem that computer says queen back is good, attacking both the knight and the rook. Although here, computer says there's a crazy variation with knight takes pawn, sacrificing the rook, and then sacrificing the knight again. And if the knight is captured, the queen comes in. Check on the king, helped by the bishop. Check, and you take the black queen. And black can't take this bishop because then white actually regains it afterwards. So there's still some swindling chances. Anna does make the capture. If Mitra had like 4 minutes left and hadn't expected this knight sacrifice, then Anna would have good chances. The problem is Mitra has seen this sacrifice coming for the last half hour. And she plays rook b8. Wow. She played a really good game after Anna's mistaken castling. That is a nice move to find. The green star signaling that move as the best one in the situation. And it was not obvious. She could have taken Anna's knight. She could have taken Anna's bishop. There were a lot of different options. But rook to b8 was the best of the bunch. And it's going to secure France a 1-0 lead. Can she resign now? Nah. She's going to play a couple more moves, but right now it's not obvious that this was a winning move, but it's going to be obvious in like 3 moves. Let's check in on the overview. Ina remains down a pawn, but the computer is liking her position. Pia is a bit passively placed. She didn't get her knight where we were hoping. But Pia's game is a probable draw. Pia's opponent is down to 4 minutes. So that's not too bad. Could make a mistake while low on time. And Margot has lost a piece. Margot's opponent is up a bishop, which is that's too much. So what do we need now? We need Ina to make. Ina needs to somehow win with a pawn down. And then Pia needs to flag her opponent. Or at the very least get her opponent to make a mistake while low on time. Because the truth is, Anna and Margot, they're going down. Margot isn't playing white. No, she has the black pieces. Yeah, Dodekar, I agree with your assessment. That one mistake she made with castling just ruined everything. Before that, she had a big advantage. But the castling move allowed black to really energize their pieces. It was always going to be difficult from there on. Her opponent had to play close to perfect after that. Yeah, but she did. That's the thing. When you're playing 2300s, those kind of mistakes get punished very hard. But yeah, I agree. Mitra did play well afterwards. But it was more like she played well, as expected. Do you think Anna rewatches the stream for Hammer comments? I think she actually said so once. But I'm not sure this is the game where I would do it. We were optimistic there, very optimistic at some point. But that optimism died an hour ago. For the performance review, yeah, she has to, right? checking the Hammer comments every day, trying to figure out whether he should get fired or not. I must be very close. Okay, pawn to f3. Everything is under attack. The bishop is under attack. The knight is under attack. But this one is also under attack. The problem here for Anna is that after takes... Ooh, this is important. If the rook captures, then white gets a checkmate. Somehow I suspect Mitra is gonna figure that one out. So she has to take with a knight. But the problem is now that there's no bishop pointing down towards the black king, it means that black can safely capture the white knight. Because previously that knight you couldn't capture it because it would create an attack against the king. But with the bishop taken out, there's no such thing to be afraid of anymore. Hammer, would you resign? I mean, I wouldn't resign now, but I would resign in like 2 moves, 3 moves maybe. Because in the very near future, it's going to be clear that white is just down a knight for nothing. And then there's not too much point in continuing. Okay, Mitra keeps on playing the good moves. Ever since castling, Mitra only once didn't play the best move. But on the other hand, that was so much not the best move that the computer gave it a miss, an X. So Anna got one chance to maybe survive a little bit longer. But when she didn't take that one down, Mitra is very punishing in her play. Okay, Anna retreats her own knight to make sure it doesn't get captured. She tries to attack a pawn in the center because sometimes when there's only pawns on one side of the board, even if you only have one pawn in return for a knight, you might have some hope of survival. But here you're not even getting this one because the knight is going to step back to save itself while simultaneously protecting the pawn. So one pawn in trade for a knight is pretty much hopeless. No pawn in trade for the knight is completely hopeless. Do the other players understand that Mitra will probably win? Yes. Well, I mean, they're probably focused on their own game, but if they're having a break or if they want to check out how the others are doing, they're obviously going to realize that Mitra is about to win. It was less obvious like 5 moves ago. But that means you have to plan accordingly for the other teams. For the other boards, I mean. So now if Inna looks at Anna's board and also looks at Margot's board, she realizes that I have to go for the win here. That being said, Inna is better now. Inna has the advantage despite being down a pawn. Inna has so much pressure against the white pawns that are not able, both of white's pawns on the queen side are isolated pawns. They cannot be protected by other pawns. And the white knights that are currently tasked with defending said pawns. Oh my god, what a move from Mitra. Damn, she doesn't play around, huh? Knight to d3. Not only does she not move the knight that was under attack, she allows Anna to capture another one. But the idea is that if this one is captured, it's checkmate with the knight participating. And if this other one is captured, it's also checkmate, just with a separate knight helping out. Anna moves her rook back into defense to defend her own king, but then the knights trade. And after these trades, Mitra is well, she has the same material advantage as earlier. It's just she also managed to ruin the cooperation between White's pawns. And now the knight will come in, check. The king will move to attack, and then the knight will come in and defend everything. Both attack the white pawn and attack the black one, protect the black one at the same time. Margot resigned. And this is not the first adjustment. This is not the last adjustment we're gonna have to make. Because I think Anna is just a minute away from resigning as well. We need both Pia and Inna to win now. But Inna did have the advantage. Is there some hope? Wait, Inna winning position? Inna's opponent has made a blunder. Inna's about to bring her queen into the center of the board, attacking both the white rook and the white knight. Inna is gonna win the game. Margot resigned. Anna is gonna have to resign very soon as well. But Sweden is gonna reduce France's lead to 2-1. And that means that if Pia wins her game, Sweden is gonna tie against France. Why is Hammer so excited for Sweden? Well, I'm paid to be excited for Sweden. Surely the only reason. Inna only has 1 minute remaining, and yet it is her opponent that has made the blunder. Anna is making some moves, but there's no saving her. I'm kind of waiting for Anna to resign, and then I'm also kind of waiting for Inna to get her win confirmed. You know what? Controversial decision. We're gonna jump in to Pia's game. If Pia can win this, Sweden are gonna tie against a very strong French team. But the problem is, Pia's opponent has 2 pawns versus 1 on the left side of the board. And that means it's far away from the kings, which in turn means that there's a fair chance one of these black pawns could become a queen. Do you think this looks winnable? Not really. But the computer thinks it's doable for white to win. And Diamante is down to just 4 minutes. And obviously Pia knows what's going on in the other boards. Yeah, I don't really like this. The fact that the black pawns are advancing, trying to become new queens. It's very scary. But if actually, wow. Black only has one move. Otherwise, Pia is winning the game. Queen to d5 is the only saving move. Yeah, never mind. She was planning that. The point was that if black tries to advance the pawns immediately, Pia will manage to both put pressure on the pawns and help her own pawn try to advance. That's why queen to d5 was absolutely necessary. The problem now is that, oh god, Pia's bringing the king. Oh, I kind of like that. I think she needs to do this to go for the win. Pia's creating a circumstance where if black now tries to get the king involved, there could be scenarios where she could go for the queen trade. Okay, not here. But like a situation like this, Pia could go for... No, not here. A situation like this, Pia could go for the... Yeah, it seems somewhat problematic. It's difficult for white to get the black queen out of its current positioning. And that's why that move was so good. Anytime Pia tries to force the queen away, it's the pawn endgames are not in white's favor. And the reason the pawn endgames are not good for white is because black has those, what we call, what do we call them in English? Distant? Outside past pawns, we call them. And it's always trouble having, when the opponent has pawns on the side, those pawns can be used as a distraction, forcing your king to the side of the board, and then their king is going to sweep through the center of the board to win the game. That's a classic strategy. Pia's time running? Yeah, it was because I hadn't updated the board. I didn't realize. I thought it did it automatically. Computer saying Pia's only way to kind of make sure that this doesn't turn into a major long-term problem is to go pawn g3. But she's not planning that. She's just going to move her king over here. And now pawn here, king up. Yeah, computer saying this is winning for black. Yeah, no, the queen placement in the center of the board was just so good. That queen is just unapproachable. Okay, and Anna is, well, there's an attack on the king and an attack on the pawn. If the king moves back to protect the pawn, the rook comes in, forces the king back. So Anna is losing an additional pawn here. Yeah, she's gonna need to resign this game. If board 2 the Swedish player wins, Diamante will take the draw instantly. No. Sure, but it's better to win 3-1 than winning 2.5, 1.5. If Diamante thinks she has no risk and has chances to win, she's gonna go for the win. Why wouldn't she? She wants to make a GM norm. And in order to do that, you need to beat Grandmasters. Ooh, Knight F3, that hurts. There's no way for Anna to stop checkmate next move. And her rook is under attack, but checkmate is kind of more important. GG. Good opening, but one little mistake, and Mitra she was so punishing today. She played a very good game, other than the opening. In the meantime, Pia is bringing her king over to the queen side, which the computer says was winning for black. Beautiful checkmate. Yeah, it's pretty nice. What are we thinking? Should she allow the checkmate to be executed on the board? I hate those chess players who just resign one move before checkmate. Why not allow a nice finish? Allow the checkmate? I think she resigned though, because her time stopped moving. But we haven't gotten confirmation. Yeah, she resigned one move before checkmate. That's such a chess player thing to do. Resigning should be illegal? Oh, wow. That is a controversial opinion right there. But I have tried to make that same argument in certain places. I think that we could make the top players play until checkmate. But they hate it so much. Ban draw offers, ban resignations. That's my opinion. Okay, Anna loses 2-0 France. And Pia also in trouble. Her opponent has been very accurate the last couple of moves, rushing her pawns forward. Pia's plan is to move her king over to defend over here. But the problem is, black can then lure their queen in behind. Check on the king. The queen has to stop. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Queen back, and then if you block and just try and go back and forth, you get this situation where suddenly there are 3 black pawns so close to becoming new queens. And you can't stop all of them. You can capture 2 of them, but the third one will become a new queen. Very nice. And then Inna is winning. Inna is going to win her game, so that's going to put a point on the board for Sweden at least. I'm going to check if Anna is ready. She is going to talk to us after she's at the hotel. So we're going to follow Pia till the end here first. What if Pia moves the queen to a4? Well, I would be concerned about the safety of this pawn. Although then you could give a check. and take in the problem is that the black king is pretty well guarded with number of pawns. Sometimes you can make a draw in these queen end games because the opponent's king is poorly defended, but that is definitely not the case with black's king here. I guess you could take this one instead, but I just can't believe you're gonna survive with this pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. I guess you could try and go for the queen trade. Oh, this is cruel. No matter where the king goes, stuff gets captured. And now you can trade. Because now black has 4 versus 3. Yeah, no, it's a tricky endgame still, but it feels to me like Diamante has realized how good her position is. Let's honestly, let's just look at the overview for a little bit and enjoy the fact that Inna now has a rook and a pawn in trade for a knight. We are very, very happy about that. Inna is playing great. Yeah, she made a pawn sacrifice, but then she had the 2 bishops working together and putting pressure in towards her opponent's position. And very clearly that pawn sacrifice created so much trouble that white just wasn't able to deal with it in the long run. Could be 4-0. No, it's not going to be 4-0. On board 3, Sweden is 100% winning. Oh, sorry, board 2. But any hope of a 2-2 result seems very unlikely with the black queen in such a dominating position. Pia still remains in big trouble. Pia choked. I wouldn't say Pia choked. It was like Pia's position was kind of unpleasant ever since that b5 pawn plan in the early middle game. That was a really good plan from Diamante, and ever since it was always a little bit better for black. There was a brief moment where I felt like Pia had fixed her main issues, but she was never like clearly equal. Maybe because Pia knew she had to win, draw was no option. No. The reason Pia is losing here is because her opponent had a really good endgame plan. It was never easy for Pia to get a draw from the pressure she was under. Queen b5, we talked about this earlier. Very good plan, trying to get in behind the white pawns, putting pressure on the king, but also against the pawn on f2. Pia probably going to go back with her queen, I think. Maybe you can actually go for the queen trade here as well. Wow, that's a cool way to win for black. Going for the queen trade, and then these 3 are just too much to deal with. You can move over here to stop this one, but then you get hit on the other side. And you can't stop both of them. That's very classy. And it showcases why it's so good to have 2 versus 1 on the side of the board. Because you use this one as a distraction, and then this one becomes the new queen. Very well executed by Diamante. I'm not even sure Pia is going to survive after she gets the additional time. So now the way to win is queen here, check. King moves. And then queen here, check. No, because then you can go back. Oh no, you cannot go back, because after you go back, there's still the trade of queens and then pawn to be... Oh, you guys are not seeing any of this. I'm so dumb. My bad, my bad. Sometimes I forget what I'm showing you guys and what I'm looking at. Okay, my bad. Okay, the good news now. Oh god, even queen here is winning. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that is so mean. You're just getting the queen trade at whatever cost, and all these 3 pawns working together wins the game. Even if you manage to capture one of them immediately, the next one just rushes forward and you cannot get back in time. And if you take that one, then the final piece of the puzzle runs in to become a new queen. And she finds it with 1 minute on the clock. Beautiful play. Beautiful. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, Pia the victim of this good play today. What's the accuracy for Pia's game? Pia 91.4. Diamante 97.6. Just an amazing game for her. You left like an hour ago. I can tell you, sir, that if you thought both Pia and Anna were up by a lot, it was definitely 2.5 hours ago. You've been away longer than you're saying. Maybe 2 hours ago. Things have turned around. King C1 any better? No. Move the king back and the trade still happens. The key here is not that black needs to have all the 3 pawns involved. It's just that you have to lure the king over to this D file. Because when the king is there, you have the possibility of sacrificing your way into making a clear path. And if the king tries to move back into defense, then we have the same idea that Anna had yesterday, where the doubled pawns are actually really good working together because they prevent the king from getting close and stopping the promotion. This is the theme with which Anna won yesterday. And now it's taking down Pia instead. You win some, you lose some. And Pia has lost on time. I don't know why the result hasn't been confirmed. But they didn't make it to move 40. So the game is supposed to be over. Yeah, No, never mind. Confirmation. Pia has lost. She probably lost on time, but if I'm honest, she was going to lose on the board no matter what. Queen d3, that's a delicious way of ending a chess game. Nothing like a queen trade sacrificing a pawn to manage sacrificing two of your pawns to get a new queen. Very well done. And then one more game is remaining. And the good news there is that there's going to be a Swedish victory. It's going to be 3-1 because there's nothing that's going to stop Ina from winning this game with a queen, with a rook and a pawn in trade for a knight. You know what? I'm going to be a bit cheeky. I think we're just going to put that point on the board. It's just 3-0 looks bad. And I don't want people to come into the stream and think that, you know, you're getting sweeped. We're just going to put that point there. It looks better. And, you know, it's based on facts on the ground. Where did it go wrong for Pia? Did she blunder something? No, it was just a very tricky endgame when she only had 2 minutes left on the clock. So it was mostly just very well played by her opponent. Here, the computer believes the position to be equal, but I think in practical play, this is super, super difficult. And Pia only had a couple of minutes to figure out how to save herself here. And she couldn't do it. The two pawns against one, rushing forward to become a new queen. It's a very clear plan. And Pia tried to get her king over to help protect this side. But yeah, in hindsight, that was the wrong plan. But the right plan was not obvious whatsoever. Oh, once again, I'm doing things without showing you guys. Yeah. I think I'm tired. I think that's why. What happens now that they lost? Well, so now they won 2 matches and they lost 1. So it's nothing dramatic. They're not getting kicked out of the tournament just because they lost. But they are going to play a weaker opponent. They're going to play someone else who managed 2 wins and 1 loss in their first 3 matches. Good stuff, Ina. Yeah, very well done, Ina. And the confirmation is in. She did get the win. And so it was completely fine awarding that extra point. In fact, there were no extra moves coming in since then. 3-1, not too bad. Yeah, it's the same margin with which they won against New Zealand yesterday. And to be honest, the difference in the level between Sweden and France and Sweden and New Zealand was kind of similar. But at the same time, you know, given the chances there were during the games, it feels like Pia with the white pieces, she was higher rated. She could have easily gotten a draw. And then out of the opening, Anna had an advantage. So on a different day. And also there was this moment in Margot's game where her opponent just completely misremembered her moves in the opening, where Margot could have gotten the advantage. So it's like, in fact, everyone other than Pia had a nice advantage at some point during the game. So it was a valiant effort. Could have gone differently on a different day, but 3-1. I think, after all, a deserved victory for France. I think, in particular, Mitra and De Monte, the two opponents of the Crumlings, unfortunately, they played really, really good games. Okay, we're gonna call our main character and see what she thinks about today's events. What is the main character called again? The antagonist and the somethingist? The antagonist is the enemy, right? Hey, let me just pop you out and stuff like that. Okay. No, sorry. For some reason, it's like every other day the sound is working. Okay, it should be fine now.
Okay, yeah, I went wrong. I missed bishop takes. I completely missed it. Like, it just came out of nowhere in my brain. I just didn't see it for some reason. And after that, I mean, maybe it's fine, but yeah, my dreams and hopes of my beautiful opening were gone at that point. I thought I had such a good opening.
You did.
Yeah. Everything felt great in the opening. Like, also because she doesn't really play d5, she typically castles, but I think she wanted to avoid prep, so I kind of felt like maybe she wasn't as used to these kind of positions. So I just felt like after I got b4 in, etc., I just.
But the normal way of playing is castles, pawn to a3, takes, and then d5. It just transposed, no?
Yeah, it does, but she typically doesn't play. Let's see.
Oh, so she goes for like pawn to b6 and fianchetto?
Oh, but I don't go a3. I mean, after castles, I would have gone e4.
Ah.
But she wanted to avoid this line. That was the idea. So she wanted to get into this.
Yeah. This is just a draw, though. No?
Well, I'd be happy with a draw, Hammer.
Yeah, fair enough. She wasn't, and that's why she avoided it.
Yeah. But then so I guess castles is a mistake.
But this is basically the same thing you had against. We were talking a lot about your game against Jules.
Yeah, it was. But now I played b4. I learned my lesson that I should go b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I remember this now. And then she went. What did she do?
But that's
C5?
partly why you got such a big time advantage, right? Because you were comfortable with it, because you had played it recently with success.
Yeah, it was really comfortable. I was feeling great at this point, and she was spending so much time. After she played c5, is it right to take with the d pawn, or is that a mistake?
So, 30 seconds after you had seen her make this move, what was your instinct?
b5.
b5 immediately?
Yeah. But
okay.
I didn't like it, so that's why I wanted to take on c5.
Okay, never mind then. No, because I was telling everyone that I'm pretty sure that your first instinct was to do what you did, and then for some reason you spent 25 minutes on it.
Oh, no, I was calculating bishop b2. I thought maybe it was better to maybe go bishop b2. I wasn't sure, but then I thought maybe she can take and my bishop gets blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have spent so long. I realized that. But yeah, I was just calculating a bunch of different things.
Yeah, okay.
But,
yeah, no, what you did is the only way, not only for white to be better, but for white not to be worse.
Okay, so that's good.
But you're onto something here also, right? That after this capture, you open up for your bishop on the diagonal, which is valuable. And a very important thing is that if you just kind of play with all of these pawns, with the tension between the pawns,
Yeah.
Black very quickly gets the rook pointing down on your queen on the c
Yeah,
file.
yeah.
So one of the important things why you need this trade is that you need to make the trade at a time where black has to recapture with a pawn, and then this pawn will be stuck here and blocking the rook from getting into play, except if you do what you did.
Well, yes, but no, she didn't. This would have been beautiful. Here I just go bishop b2, but obviously she went knight e4 first.
Well, bishop
And
b2
then,
is not amazing for you, because then she
oh,
still manages to kind of open up the queen side. The move
what should I
here
do?
is pawn to b5.
Oh, now going to b5 and then bishop b2.
For instance, I would prioritize getting castled, though.
Okay. I want my bishop on b2.
No, but you can have that. You can have that. You have to wait a little bit, get your king to safety, then you get your bishop pointing down here, and you have an amazing position.
Okay, but if we go back to the game, I just want to see really quickly. So was castles the big mistake?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so she went knight e4, I went queen c2, and then here after she took, at first bishop d3 I guess is good.
Yeah.
I was considering after she went knight, I didn't see knight d7 whatsoever. This just felt wrong, like it felt like it wasn't right. Can I take the knight?
No.
Okay, I just want to see, because I was looking at takes, queen f6, rook b1, queen c3 check, knight d2, and then knight e5, and I thought that was scary. That was why I didn't play it.
Yeah, that's equal.
Yeah. So maybe can I take on d5? Maybe is that what I should do? Or what is the move instead of castles? Or is it just bishop b2? B5.
Because you need to keep the pawn on c5 to make sure that her rook never gets into the game.
So b5.
But, so I'm actually really surprised that, because I thought we talked so much about the game against Jules, right? And what you did against Jules was d takes c5 followed by b5, which is the classic way of playing these positions. And in my mind, I was so convinced that you would do this because you did it against Jules. It's a good move, but it's a good move that you had played in the past. And so, yeah.
Well, I thought the reason I didn't do it was because I thought it was beneficial for me to open the A file, so I never thought that she could take on B4. And I thought that it was more flexible to castle because I missed bishop takes C4. Like, I just didn't see that she had that.
Yeah.
So I thought that I can have time for that at any point. I just castle, and I let the position be.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a blunder.
Yeah, so that was the reason I didn't do it. Like, it was just a blunder. I just missed it. So, I mean, I was definitely considering b5, but I just thought it would be nice for me to open up the A file and then be able to play bishop a3. Those are my
so
ideas.
basically what you're saying is that you wanted her to commit the rook to c8 and then you would play b5.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
But the trick was that after the trade, you thought that your pressure against the bishop would force her back, and then you would have time to deal with getting the rook into play, but unfortunately she had this very clever.
Yeah.
And after that, it's just super uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's so sad, right? It's one move, and then it's like, I felt that it was so uncomfortable, and I was trying to do something. I also missed that she could go, knight b6. Like, I thought she was just going to take, and then I was thinking of going queen a4 and then going a bit crazy. But, yeah, but I took the pawn, and then she took, and I was thinking of going queen a4, which is a bit scary because of knight c3 at some point, but I can just take the knight, and I thought she didn't have time. But she went knight b6, which was annoying. And then, is it correct, queen a4? Because I thought any other move, she was just going to get so much play.
Computer prefers queen b2, queen a2, queen b1.
Okay, so because I thought queen b2, the problem was maybe queen c8, and then maybe like the rook and the queen come together very well.
Wow. Yeah, no, that meant you make a reasonable argument, but computer says queen a1, preparing bishop b2, and having pressure on the a file.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but she won knight b6 anyways, and then after knight b6, Yeah, I wasn't really sure because now the knight comes in and it's just so good. I thought I had to get my bishop out. I didn't really know what to do otherwise. But yeah, I don't know what the best move is here.
Yeah, me neither. It's kind of like one of those situations where you feel like it's definitely survivable because you haven't even lost a pawn at this stage. But at the same time, getting that knight into your position is
It hurts.
it's
Like
very
it hurts. It doesn't
frustrating.
hurt. Yeah. And so I'm not sure like what do I what is the best move here?
Computer says knight d2.
Knight d2?
Yeah.
Yeah, and trying and just keep maybe yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just getting rid of some of that pressure.
Yeah. Okay, but I went bishop b2 and then I thought that it was maybe survivable. Like I wanted to just double up the rooks and I thought that as long as like I'm able to keep everything together, it might be survivable.
Yeah.
So I went queen 2 and I was relatively feeling okay. But then she went queen d6, which I also missed. Like she was just playing all the good moves. I
no, from you played castles, she basically played a perfect game.
It was so annoying. It was so annoying. And
queen d6 is really good.
It's like, so good.
It's the computer's top choice by far, and I don't even understand why. Which tells me it's a good move, because then clearly she's onto something. Well, I think it's about controlling the e5 square so that you cannot go knight to e5.
Yeah, it could be, but I thought it would be so much better if she went queen b6 for me, because then I thought I just have rook a4. I think now that he has it after rook a4, she has knight b6, maybe.
Yeah. No, it could be.
Yeah, I thought that was the reason. So queen d6?
No, knight b6, rook a6. Computer says equal.
Oh, okay. But was my idea creative? Hammer knight d4,
no,
was it creative?
It was creative. I was telling chat you were preparing to sacrifice on e6, and chat was saying, you think she saw that? And I'm like, it's the only reason she moved the knight here to begin with.
Oh, so it's bad but creative.
Well, computer wasn't a fan, but we kind of liked it. And Mitra completely panicked, right? She spent so much time here because she didn't want to allow it.
Yeah, she spent like 20 minutes. I was so excited. I was like, yes, like I'm feeling it. Like, yeah, I was
and
like.
And then rook a8, the move she played, this is the only move that wasn't the best move that she played after your castling.
Oh.
And computer wants you to trade rooks and then go pawn to b5, saving your pawn, but allowing the rook to come in and attack towards your queen. It looks terrifying.
Hammer, don't give me this. I would have a heart attack. What do I have now? No, rook b1. There's knight c3. What do you even do here?
Rook a1.
F3? Ah, yes, rook a1, yes.
But the thing is, even if black were to blunder the back rank checkmate, it's not even checkmate because you can give up your queen. And even here, the computer feels black is significantly better. Even though you have a queen for a knight and rook.
That is so sad.
Yeah, no, it's not saying great things about your position to begin with.
Okay, but I suppose that my knight takes e6 just loses, right?
But the reason, so this rook to a1 loses the game, and I think she had seen it. I think this is what she was calculating when she was spending all of that time. And rook to b8 is the best move in the position, and I'm so convinced that's what she was spending 20 minutes on.
Yeah. Is there any other move that like is really good, or is rook b8 the only one?
Nah, rook c8 apparently is okay. Queen b6 is also winning.
Wait, queen b6? Okay, this is looking at it, and then queen g4?
Then there's queen takes b2.
Yeah, the back rank, right?
Yeah, it's both defending and threatening.
No. Okay, wait, chill. Hammer, go back. Wait, knight takes f8 after queen b6.
Oh, sorry. My computer is not super happy with there's a lack of internal memory, apparently. I had it crash yesterday as well.
Oh
which is
no.
not great.
Same Hammer's computer. Okay, so
What were you saying? So
it's
Queen
B6 instead of rook
B6.
D8. Yeah.
Yeah. You were
Queen
planning.
B6. Knight takes F8.
Okay.
The idea is that after Queen A7, now I go Queen G4, and now there's no checkmate. Oh, but you just take on
Computer
B2.
says knight takes bishop, and if you try to go for the back rank checkmate, then you yourself get back.
Okay, so in my brain, there was still a bishop there after Queen C8. Okay.
Yeah. No, but the computer is kind of interesting here because the computer says knight takes G7.
Oh yes, this was. Sorry, wait, was this my idea or not? I'm not sure. This was my
You can try and claim it was. And then after queen takes rook, the knight returns to the e6 square. And now you're threatening some checkmates here and there and whatnot. And if the knight is captured, you win the queen.
This was absolutely my idea, Hammer.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I was gonna do. I saw all of this.
She was lucky she saw the rook to b8 move. Because she would have been brought down by this.
Of course she would have. It would have been the most beautiful game. Yeah. I guess the thing that happened was that I blundered this bishop takes c4, and then it was just a tough position to play.
Yeah.
But I guess now I know it forever that I should go b5 in those positions. I haven't really played these positions that much. I've only played it once with Jules, so it was my second time.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the consensus, right?
Yeah. No, in general, this idea of capturing away from the center, but giving yourself a queenside majority, and you also open up the diagonal for the bishop long term, and avoid having the rook point down on your queen. I think that's the big one, right? Because that's what kind of crushed you in the game. Yeah,
it was. Yeah, but I learned a great lesson, and I guess that is what matters the most. But it's sad that my mom lost. I'm really happy that Inna won. That's a huge win for her. But it's sad that my mom lost. So
yeah, everyone on the Swedish team had a significant advantage at some point, other than Pia, actually.
Oh,
which usually means that you should have good chances to make an upset. Because Margot's opponent messed up the moves in the opening. And she had the opportunity to sacrifice a knight for some really interesting initiative-taking consequences. And you had a really good position if you didn't castle. In general, I do advise castling, but just not in this case.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, I guess it wasn't a horrible... Like, this is not one of those games where I feel super sad and upset. It's one of those games where I just feel like I just missed the key idea, and this is the consequence of it, you know?
Well,
but
and Mitra played really well afterwards, it has to be said.
Yeah, she did.
Normally you can get away with one mistake, but she was very punishing in her play.
She was. I felt punished the whole game. But yeah. Sad that we lost against France, but tomorrow is a new day, and France was strong. We got 3-1, so yeah, tomorrow is a new day, and I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm gonna go and get some food soon as well, but just a little reminder, everybody, that I'm doing recaps every single day, so if you've missed the recap that I posted today, then go and watch it. Are you telling people to watch it, Hammer?
I did say it once or twice, but I could have done it more.
Have you been thanking people for subs? Have you been a good, thank you for the subs?
Not so much today, but I do want to mention that I did sub to your YouTube channel today.
Yes! Let's go! This is the ultimate win! I got Hammer to sub to my YouTube. This is amazing. This means everyone should sub to my YouTube channel.
I recommend others to do the same, yes. Because then you're going to get to know all the vlogs.
The vlogs. vlogs. Is there any reason you call it vlog instead of vlog, Hammer?
I think V and L doesn't really fit in English. And I also kind of struggle with L's in general. So getting the V so close to the L kind of messes me up. I don't know.
Okay, I see. All right, well,
But
definitely.
Vladimir is going to be upset with me, I suspect.
Yeah, I've seen him here a little bit. He's here.
Yeah. Who are the other famous people you've seen?
I've seen Gukesh. I was standing next to Gukesh today in the line. I mean, I've seen a lot of
In the
people that I
security
know.
queue?
Yeah, in the security queue. Yeah, but I've seen a lot of people that I know. But out of the very, very, very famous, I
Do
guess
you take pictures with the famous people you see? Are you too cool to be the fangirl asking for pictures?
I'm too busy. I don't have time for this, Hammer. I don't have time. I'm coming late every single day, you know? Like, I don't have time to stand and take pictures.
Okay. Oh, does that include you're not giving your own fans pictures?
I am giving pictures. Although I will be very honest, today I wasn't feeling like, the most social person after the game. So I literally I put my I put my thing up like this, and then I looked down and I just ran outside of the playing hall. But I still got stopped a few times, but I thought it was gonna work.
You may need to bring a wig tomorrow. I think your hair kind of gives it away, if I'm honest.
I think so too. I need to put my hair up. Oh no, but I love taking pictures with people. It's not that. It's just, sometimes you're hungry and you lost and you're not feeling, the most amazing ever. And then, but I still love it. People are so kind and positive, and it makes me very happy. So if you see me, do come up and take a picture if you want. But just, yeah. But
it's better timing to ask after she won, people. I remember in India there were so many fans around, and like they were such big fans that it wasn't just the big celebrities getting asked. Even I was being asked for pictures. But then I think I was on maybe my fourth loss of the tournament, and someone stops, "Hey, Mr. Hammer, can we take a picture?" And I'm like, "No." I was not in the mood to be any sort of diplomatic. I just said straight out no.
Hammer, poor fans. They're coming up all the way, want to get a picture with the one and only GM Hammer, and they get a no to their.
They had plenty of other people to take pictures with.
But they wanted a picture with you.
Yeah, it's only because they saw me. I'm sure they forgot all about it when they saw Fabi a couple of minutes later.
Oh yeah, I saw Fabi today too. Yeah. Yeah, well, but I do love.
Which teams are staying at your hotel?
I don't even know.
Okay. Are you eating dinner at the? Are you eating at the hotel?
I am, but there's not really a lot of any people that I know, so I'm just having dinner, okay. With my parents and the team. Yeah. Okay. I think, speaking of dinner, I'm gonna get some food. But thank you so much, Hammer, for being an amazing commentator. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching as well. Both on YouTube and Twitch. Hammer, are you being kind to YouTube chat? Are you talking to them, or are they getting ignored?
I mean, you're the one not putting YouTube chat on the stream, though. I see that we have a lot of chatters on the screen all the time, and it's never the YouTube comments there. So are you? I'm not sure. Am I ignoring them, or are you?
We can't have two chats on the screen.
You could.
They're so fun.
You're choosing not to.
You're putting it on me, Hammer. I think that we
You
should,
put it on me. I'm just, fighting back.
All right. It's okay. YouTube chat, you're not ignored, okay? Know that you are appreciated. You're very appreciated.
YouTube chat is getting the notifications before anyone else for the vlogs.
Exactly, they are getting the notifications for the vlogs. Oh, vlog, it's the greatest word ever. Okay, I'm writing right now. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Tomorrow we come back, same time as today, same commentator. Let's go Sweden tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, chat. Thank you for watching. Bye.